And here it is. Here we go. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to Mo. Here it is. Here we go. Here I am. Hope you're there. The session starts. Your company required. So it's happening again. Once again today. One time today. I should say. So it's happening one time today. So I am happening one time today. So all righteousness still fulfilled, but not the fullness of it with the 2 session diets that you're usually accustomed to. One man went to Mo. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. It's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Oh, it stopped. Yeah. So there you are. Yeah. So holy, 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 holy. The holy, holy song from the eastern part of Nigeria. So holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Uh, murdered Niger Republic citizens. Buhari tell Igbo leaders to speak out. So there it is right there. Buhari finally finds his voice to speak to the killings in Nigeria. But unfortunately, it's not the killings of Nigerians because that doesn't especially perturb him. It is more the killings of his own kith and kin from his own home country. So they've, of course, been given free entrance into Nigeria. The Nigerians are now resisting them somewhat. They've been killed, and Buhari, of course, not going to sit back and allow his people slaughtered. Murdered Niger Republic citizens, Buhari tell Igbo leaders to speak out. So there it is, right there. They savaged about 40, 50 people in Owo. This guy went to dinner. Peace will continue to elude Nigeria until Yoruba nation is achieved. Sunday Igboho still sticking to his position, so no shaking, no moving, and he's still very much standing firm by that assertion. The only way out for Yoruba people, as far as Sunday Igboho is concerned, is for them to have a nation of their own. Peace will continue to elude Nigeria until Yoruba nation is achieved. Sunday Igboho making the headline there. So this now, I'm not quite sure. I had to check the date when I saw this headline to make sure that it's not April the 1st, because usually you get this sort of headlines on April the 1st. It is not April Fool. He actually means it. Nigeria's freedom of expression attracting global attention. So there is Buhari now, and Buhari is the person, by the way, making that assertion that there is freedom of expression in Nigeria to the admiration of the rest of the world. There it is, right there. I was bringing you a storyline just yesterday. Some chap that came into Nigeria on a surprise visit to his family from Italy. He was picked up at the airport by the DSS and shot. So there it is, that freedom of expression, Nigerian style. Nigeria's freedom of expression attracting global attention. The Aboki from Daura clearly has not taken his medication before granting that interview. Rail line project. Sanwo-Olu reaffirms completion of first quarter. Rail line project. Sanwo-Olu reaffirms completion by first quarter of 2023. So this is the blue line and the red line projects. The metro lines being built in Lagos. So the completion of it being announced by the state governor. But unfortunately for him, or unfortunately for his greater interest, that rail line is not going to be completed until the first quarter of 2023. So by then, we'll already know who the president of the country is. But if they are able to complete it before the end of this year, then that will be a real boon for the Tinubu campaign. So why they are not pumping money into it to ensure that completion, to give that presidential campaign a boost, then the attribution then goes to Tinubu. But the attribution, whoever it goes to, certainly the benefit goes to Lagosians. Rail line project. Sanwo-Olu reaffirms completion by first quarter of 2023. So is that progress of some sort? Then you tell me. Southwest PDP joins move to sack national chair Ayu. So Ayu must go necessarily, because you cannot have a situation where the top echelon of a party that purports to be nationalistic is weighted heavily towards one region. So you cannot have that. And it serves no purpose if the changes come into effect after the election. So it must be immediate and right now. And this seems to be the push from within the party. Southwest PDP joins move to sack national chair RU. So what's in play there? We'll find out shortly. So this one now goes to the heart of everything that is wrong with the state called Nigeria. You all remember Abacha loot. So Abacha is the overarching name for that loot, but Abacha is not the only looter of the Abacha loot. United States, U.S. Governor Bagudu close to deal on 140 million Abacha loot. So I think about $2 billion was the portion that went to this now governor of Kebbi State, Bagadu, as part of the Abacha loot, which he's not willing to give up. and he's negotiating then how to sort of keep some and give some back and get immunity as he continues to straddle the Nigerian political space, speaking against corruption. United States Governor Bagudu, close to $140 million Abacha. United States Governor Bagudu, close to deal on $140 million Abacha loot. So there it is right there. And just casually and like that. And that is how they steal our Commonwealth. So that is how they steal our Commonwealth. And the Commonwealth, actually, I may or may not bring, I'll give you this headline, but I may not bring you the story. I may instead bring you a video that was submitted by Jale Koko in its stead. But I'll bring you the headline just in case. Ex-Chief of Air Staff, Sadiq, ruling ex-Chief of Air Staff Sadiki, ruling APC, recruit 1,000 militants, political thugs, ahead of Bauchi governorship election. So this is the immediate past Chief of Air Staff. So he's now procured himself a ticket to become the Bauchi state governor. Where he gets the funds to fund a political campaign, I don't know. He's been on a salary all his life. But then, of course, we all know what is going on within the Nigerian military system, security system, the most budgeted force space in the in Nigeria and the most under-resourced at the same time. So that dichotomy in the most budgeted and then the most under-resourced, the dichotomy is what then affords people like this character the capacity to run an election. So there it is. You remember when Abubakar Malami bought what 40, 50 exotic vehicles for party functionaries in his state. So they are just stealing in open glare. There's no sophistry to it. They're just doing it and asking you to do your worst. Do your worst. One man went to mow the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, let me play you one more clip. That I'm downloading something that I want to play to you. So let me play you one more clip just for that download to complete. One more, just a minute song.
Oyedu iPod, Omeriwo Nindizu, Oniroya, Abakare, Mama Dawora, Olapori Meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Olapori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boy made Nande.
Oh, all right, let's get straight into it. So let's get straight into it. Murdered Niger Republic citizens. Buhari tell Igbo leaders to speak out. President Mohamed Buhari has reiterated his condemnation of the attacks on non-indigenous and law enforcement officials by terrorists in the southeast. In a statement by his media aide, Garba Shehu, on Saturday, the president promised a speedy investigation to bring the perpetrators to justice. The president's reaction came amidst reports of the slaying of 6 Nigerians and the brutal killing of several police officers at their duty post. He urged the communities and religious leaders to speak more forcefully against the killings, stand up, and defend the ethos of our cultural and religious heritage, Mr. Buhari added. Those who know should point at specific people who did this. He expressed his regime's unwavering commitment to peace and stability in the southeast and the entire country. He offered his condolences to the family of the security agents murdered and the government and people of Niger Republic whose nationals were killed. So, what were they doing in Nigeria in the first instance is the question. We've all seen how they come in. We just saw just recently Amoteco intercepting some of them. But then, of course, what is the response? There is no protection from government. There's people coming into your own homestead to wear upon you. So you have no protection from government. They are coming to kill and slaughter you. What do you do? So what you do is what the Southeasterners have done. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there it is right there, and here this is right here. Peace will continue to elude Nigeria until Yoruba nation is achieved. Sunday, Igboho resurfaces from the back of beyond. The self-acclaimed Yoruba Nation freedom fighter chief Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has bemoaned the unabated killings and high level of insecurity in the country under the present administration of President Mohamed Buhari, saying with the current situation, the country could not witness peace. He, however, urged all Yoruba sons and daughters to think of having their own independent nation and reclaim their rights, stating that Nigeria is not for the Yorubas. Igboho, who spoke with correspondents yesterday through his spokesperson, Mr. Olayomi Koiki, against the backdrop of various unrest in the country, noted that he will continue to educate the people, especially the Yorubas, about the union of 104. Especially the Yorubas, about the union of 1914 amalgamation that was forced on 371 ethnic groups in what's called Nigeria today. He said, "We don't think anyone should talk about election with the insecurity in Yoruba land and the fake 1999 constitution. Yoruba should think of having our own independent nation and reclaim back our rights. We won't force anyone that wants election, just as we did not during the Osun and Ekiti elections. But we will continue to educate our people about the union of 1914 amalgamation that was forced on 371 ethnic groups in what's called Nigeria today. Chief remains in high spirits and he continues to want a peaceful exit of the Yoruba people from Nigeria. Whatever Chief said is now happening in Yoruba land. With the situation of things in Nigeria, Nigeria can't have peace. Why? We don't have union and unity because we are all different. Having a Yoruba nation is priority and won't take the right of other indigenous people that want to live in our land so far as our constitution is respected. And I want to state again, Yoruba Nation Awareness Campaign is coming soon again. We are also looking forward, I should say. So we are also looking forward to the next United Nations General Assembly for the next protest. 5 million petitions have been completed. Our campaign remains peaceful, according to the United Nations Rights of Indigenous People, he explained. So that sounds more like the words of Koiki than the words of Sunday Igboho, of course, because Sunday Igboho does not flow with that lucidity and fluidity. But the sentiments certainly are Sunday Igboho's sentiments. There will be no peace in Yoruba land, of course, for as long as we continue to be part of this aberration that somebody calls Nigeria. So I don't know how we got ourselves in. Well, we do know how we got ourselves to this space, but how we get ourselves out of it is the biggest mystery. Nigeria's freedom of expression attracting global attention. Aboki from Daura. The president, Major General Mohammed Buhari, retired on Sunday, said it was instructive that Nigeria was attracting positive international attention as a country that promoted media freedom and freedom of expression. And by the way, this comes just 2 days after they find media outlets locked up journalists and attacking the BBC for publishing a documentary to state that there is banditry in Nigeria. But it's just, it's like a parallel. It's like we're in some twilight zone. We're in some twilight zone in Nigeria. He said this was premised on the government's understanding of the important roles that information literacy and media education played in sustainable development. According to a statement signed by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, Buhari said this whilst pledging his full support for three major international events scheduled to hold in Nigeria in October and November 2022. They include the 2022 United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations Global Media Information Literacy Week in Abuja in October, the first global conference on cultural tourism and creativity industry in Lagos, as well as the second Global Association of Literacy Festivals Conference, Abeokuta, in November. In a statement titled, President Buhari pledges support as Nigeria hosts major cultural, tourism, and literacy events. He said the global events were opportunities to showcase the nation's rich heritage in culture, arts, tourism, and entertainment, as well as advancements in media freedom. Earlier, the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, said that hosting the 2022 UNESCO Global Media Information Literacy Week would help to address the rising spate of fake news, misinformation, and hate speech. Expressing his delight to welcome international visitors to Nigeria, Buhari urged citizens to leverage the events to exhibit the values that make us unique, friendly, and peace-loving people. Okay, the statement reads in part, welcoming the decision by the UNESCO's World Tourism Organization and the Global Association of Literacy Festivals to grant Nigeria the right to host these separate historic events, the president assures all relevant stakeholders and participants of the warmth and hospitality of the people of Nigeria. On the MIL week, Buhari notes that it is instructive that Nigeria is attracting positive international attention as a country that promotes media freedom and freedom of expression, recognizing the important role information literacy and media education play in sustainable development. So, so what I asking for good government, they go and you know kick him with jackboots into a prison. Students protesting that they shouldn't be killed by SARS, so they roll out the army instead to mow them down. Freedom of expression, Buhari style, and this is what the world admires. On the first global conference on cultural tourism and creative industry, the president says the rapid growth of Nigeria's film, fashion, music, and the information and communication technology sector and the increase in international appeal and acceptance will continue to spur government to devote more resources to the sector. Amongst other initiatives, Buhari noted that the creative industry financing uh, amongst other initiatives, Buhari noted that the Creative Industry Financing Initiative, established by his administration and managed by the Central Bank of Nigeria in collaboration with Bankers Committee, had provided single-digit financing to many young Nigerians in the field of fashion, film, music, and information technology. He noted that the 100 million redevelopment of the National Theatre Lagos into a world-class creative park is also ongoing following the handover of the facility to the CBN and the Bankers Committee. The president therefore expressed confidence that the literacy world would find many good things to celebrate about Nigeria when they meet in the historic city of Abeokuta, homeland and birthplace of one of Nigeria's finest literary icons and Nobel laureate, Professor Wale Soyinka. So freedom of speech. We were all mistaken all the way through. We actually did have freedom of our speech. This is silly me. I thought we were living under some draconian gulag led by some brainless mala. But alas, we were living in a libertarian society where free speech and free expression and free thought are allowed. So uh, silly me, we move on to this. Let me take a sip of water first. Rail line project. Sanwo-Olu reaffirms completion by first quarter of 2023. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Sunday reiterated that the Red Line Rail will commence operation by the first quarter of 2023, noting that the continual inspection was to ensure that the deadline for the project remained unchanged. Aside from the blue line, which starts from Marina Station, the red line begins from Agbado and terminates at Oyinbo. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who inspected the ongoing project in the company of his deputy, Dr. Obafemi Kadri Hamzat, alongside other EXCO members, reaffirmed his conviction, reaffirmed his conviction, saying that the contractors had given assurances that all the physical infrastructures of the project will be completed by the end of December to allow testing of the rail line before full operations. The governor, who addressed newsmen in Ebute station, said that the Agege station would have to be walled off so that traders would desist from putting merchandise on the trucks, adding that traders on Yaba Rail would also be relocated as, according to him, the state government had already informed the concerned traders of the development. We have been out since the past we have been out since the past 4 to 4.5 hours. 4 to 4.5 hours. Now we are here at the intersection of Apapa Road that takes us to Ebute station. The Red Line is a project that we conceived. The Red Line is a project that was conceived by this government. It is a project that was started by this government, and you can see that we are working. By the end of this year, we should be rounding up on the Red Line. Each time we come, there have been a significant progress in this corridor. We are here to ensure that we exceed our promise so that the operation will start from the first quarter of 2023. What they are doing is that the physical infrastructure is completed by December. The stations, all the bridges, all walkways, all pedestrian bridges by December so that we can start testing. Operationally, it needs to take a few months. We are hoping that the operation will start within the first quarter of 2023. Our journey today started from Agege Station. You have seen what we have been doing at Agege Station. If they are bringing passengers from Ibadan, they move down Uh, our journey today started from Agege Station. You have seen what we have been doing at Agege Station. If they are bringing passengers from Ibadan, they move down and join our own intra-city train station. So what they are actually saying is that they are somewhat interlinking it with the cross Lagos Ibadan rail service, so that passengers then disembark from the cross state train to just get onto the intra-city train to set about or to continue with their journey to their destination. So our journey today started from Agege Station. You have seen what we have been doing at Agege Station. They are bringing passengers from Ibadan. They move down and join our own intra-city train station. You can see there is connectivity between our own station in Agege and NRC station. From Agege, we moved to Ikeja. Ikeja happens to be an iconic station on the Red Line. The station is on a wide expanse of land of 240 meters. It equals three times of almost it equals three times of almost a football field. It is a roof level. It is going into completion. All the infrastructures that will make it first class. So that this is how it's written. No, I'm not misreading it. After that we went to inspect the overpass to Awolowo Road to Agege Motor Road going to Mangoro. It is a T bridge. It is on plan to be completed by the end of October. Similarly, at the Mushin station, we have a bridge from Kayode Street and Ikorodu Road side up to Ogunmokun side in motion. It's not motion, but motion, or maybe that should be motion. Motion, I will read it as motion going to Agege Road. Uh, there are one or two schools we need to relocate. On the rail track, there are several demolitions that had taken place. At Mushin, so it is Mushin. So at Mushin, we also have bridge that makes it the second bridge overpass. At Yaba, there are two major infrastructural developments there. The train station is at roof level. You could see that it is on track. It is on schedule between October to December deadline. Similarly, the bridge from Tejosho to Muritala Mohammed, it is also a T bridge as you have in Ikeja. The contractors also gave November that the bridge will be completed. From there, we are now here at Ebutemeta. From Apapa Road to Muritala Mohammed Road, we have a bridge overpass and we have a train station. The civil work of that station has been completed. It is also on schedule to ensure that they hand it over by November, December. This particular place is very challenging because of the density there. It was difficult for the contractors to have access for drilling. I am happy that all of that has happened now. They are now doing concrete institute, Governor Sanwo-Olu stated. So he's talking you through the train network, the intra-city rail network in Lagos. So it will serve him equally to complete that rail network before the next election because he's up for reaffirmation as well. So he's up for reaffirmation and it will serve his purpose if he completes that bridge to present it as a marquee for his campaign. So a marquee for both his campaign and the campaign of his principal. So from that, we move on. Um, Southwest PDP joins move to sack national chairman RU. The Southwest arm of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) has joined the push for the resignation of the national chairman of the PDP, Dr. Iyorchia Ayu. Notable Southwest members of the opposition PDP observed with the All Progressive Congress (APC) picking its presidential candidate from the Southwest in the person of Bola Tinubu, the PDP would also need an influential politician from the region to be the party's chairman. There are demands from the camp of Governor Yemson Wike of Rivers State for Ayu to resign as the party's chairman. The demand was amongst the conditions given by Wike, who is still said to be aggrieved over Atiku's refusal to pick him as a running mate. Already, Wike and Atiku have begun meeting with a view to ensure that a compromise is reached before the commencement of campaign next month. However, it was learned that the Southwest is also demanding Ayu's exit as a condition to support the party. Tinubu is campaigning as the candidate of the Yoruba people. Even Sanwo-Olu said recently that all Yoruba people must see Tinubu as their own personal project. The PDP needs to make a huge concession for the Southwest, which has the second largest voting population after the Northwest. A member of the State Working Committee in Ekiti State said. A former deputy national chairman of the PDP, Chief Bode George, said Ayu must leave immediately in the spirit of fairness. George, who said he was speaking as a national leader and not on behalf of the Southwest, said there was a need for the region to be given a sense of belonging as all the key positions in the party were being occupied by Northerners. Ayu needs to resign as chairman immediately while the Southwest gets the position. In the spirit of fairness, I cannot campaign for the party in the Southwest in an atmosphere where there is no fairness. What will we tell our people? He asked. George, who was the Director General of the PDP presidential campaign in 2007, said the PDP could pick an interim chairman from the Southwest just for the purposes of fairness. He argued that refusing to take Nigeria's diversity into consideration would make the PDP no better than the APC, which is pushing a Muslim ticket. NEC can appoint an acting chairman for the Southwest in order to give the region a sense of belonging. Ayu promised to leave office once the PDP produces a northern presidential candidate. For the sake of fairness, it needs to step down immediately. The PDP, as presently constituted, does not reflect Nigeria's diversity. The North produced the presidential candidate, the national chairman, and the board of trustee chair, and they want the South to accept this. Would the North have accepted this if it was the other way around? He asked. Attempts to get a response from the National Publicity Secretary, Adebo Ologunnagba, proved abortive as he did not respond to repeated calls on Saturday. However, a member of the National Working Committee who wishes to remain anonymous said removing Ayu now would be too risky. The official, who preferred not to be named because he was not authorized to speak to the media, said the PDP's constitution states that whenever a national officer of the party resigns, he must be replaced by someone from his region. So there it is right there. When Secondus resigned, he wasn't replaced by somebody from his region. U.S. U.S. government, Governor Bagudu, close to deal on 140 million Abacha loot. The United States is inching closer to an agreement with Ibrahim Bagudu to resolve a court case about $140 million that the American investigators said was stolen and laundered by Kebbi State Governor Abubakar Bagudu, court papers obtained by correspondents show. The United States Department of Justice and Mr. Bagudu's brother Ibrahim, who is the main claimant in the case, applied on Wednesday to suspend the case that is ongoing in a federal court in Washington. The two parties agreed on an out-of-court settlement and believe a short period will allow them to reach final agreements resolving the litigation according to court documents. Before venturing into politics, first as a senator and now governor, Mr. Bagudu was a bagman for late dictator Sani Abacha, helping the kleptocrat who died in 1998 to launder billions of dollars stolen from Nigeria. In a joint motion to the United States District Court of Columbia, the parties requested a stay from the 3rd of August to at least the 9th of November 2022. The presiding judge, John Bates, accepted their request but ordered the parties to provide an update on the negotiations by the 2nd of November, detailing whether a final settlement had been achieved or a further stay of litigation is warranted due to the parties' significant progress in finalizing the settlement, or that the parties were unable to finalize the settlement and the litigation should resume. Whilst he enjoys immunity from prosecution as the governor of Kebbi State, American investigators, whilst he enjoys immunity from prosecution as the governor of Kebbi State, American investigators had previously helped recover stolen Abacha funds traced to Mr. Bagudu's network of offshore companies across the world. So offshore companies, where did we hear that just recently? Pandora Papers and all that. This is what they do. They launder money. So there it is. Whilst he enjoys immunity from prosecution as the governor of Kebbi State, the American investigators had previously helped recover Abacha funds traced to Mr. Bagudu's network of offshore companies across the world. He was the main target of the large part of the $3.6 billion Abacha loot that was recovered between 1998 and now. The $23.5 million loot recovered in May by the United Kingdom's National Crime Agency was forfeited by Mohamed Abacha and Mr. Bagadu. Our correspondent can review. Agreement deal. The United States and Mr. Bagadu have been negotiating a broader agreement that includes his brother Ibrahim, as well as the Nigerian and UK governments, according to court filings. One of the agreements signed on the 26th one of the agreements signed on the 26th of October 2018 was an amendment to a 2003 agreement signed between the Bagudu family and the Nigerian government to settle all of Mr. Bagudu's civil claims against Nigeria and all of Nigeria's civil, administrative, and criminal claims against Mr. Bagadu for helping Mr. Abacha launder funds. The other agreement signed on September the 6th, 2019 was a deed of variation which amended the 2018 agreement by extending its termination date from August the 30th, 2018 to February the 28th, 2020. Under the amended agreement, the Nigerian government and Mr. Bagadu have concluded negotiations that would see ownership of the investment portfolios worth $157.5 million transferred to the Nigerian state, which would then pay $110 million to the Bagudu family. So from the loot, that is the oh God, I give up. I give up. It sits in a state house, and it continues to cut the Abacha deal. So out of the $157.5 million Nigerian money that was stolen by this guy, he has agreed to give you 47.5 million back and keep 110 million for himself. And that is the deal that Abubakar Malami has signed. The parties, Nigeria and Mr. Bagadu, to the 2018 amended agreement, argued that the payment of the money would satisfy Mr. Bagadu's default judgment against Nigeria for breaching the 2003 settlement agreement. But the United States has kicked against that plan, arguing that the amended 2018 agreement serves to conceal the forfeit and remaining assets out of the United Kingdom and away from the court judgment and the arrest warrant placed on the assets. A former senator, Mr. Bagadu, is the chairman of the APC Governors Forum and recently played a key role in the selection of Bola Tinubu as the presidential candidate for the 2023 election. Correspondence revealed that Mr. Bagadu spent 6 months in federal detention in Texas whilst awaiting extradition to Jersey. However, before he was handed over to criminal trial in Jersey, he agreed to return $163 million to Nigeria. He was released on bond to Nigeria, where he was meant to be prosecuted for money laundering. However, on returning to Nigeria, he was never questioned. Mr. Bagadu's chief press secretary, Mauzu Dakingari, did not answer calls or reply to a text seeking his comment on Saturday. So there it is right there. And that is the Nigeria that we have. That is the Nigeria that we have. So that is the Nigeria that we have. So I think I'll stop it there, only to play you then this clip that was submitted by Ajale Koko. So watch this clip, and then we'll come in. I'll let the panel in as I play the clip. So Saki Father, I see you. The mighty Ajale Koko, I see you. Enigmatic Handu joins us this time around. And Thomas from Australia is with us as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let me play you this clip then that was submitted. It's all along the same lines, looting of Nigerian resources. Look at this now. This is what they call palliative Nigerian style.
We move to Bayelsa State, where more than 1,000 small-scale business owners have become the first beneficiaries of the conditional cash transfer and the cash grants for vulnerable groups. That's the policy of the federal government. And the beneficiaries were drawn from the 8 local government areas of the state, where they all gathered at the official flag-off of the scheme in Yanagua, the state capital.
The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Omar Farouk, arrives at the DSP Alame Esaya Banquet Hall for the flag-off of the cash grant and onboarding of independent monitors to ensure the success of the scheme. The sum of 20,000 naira is disbursed to the successful applicants, which include the elderly, widows, and persons with disabilities. According to the Honorable Minister, the grant is meant to increase the income and productive assets of the beneficiaries.
This program is geared towards supporting our people to graduate them out of poverty into a productive life. We are giving 20,000 naira cash grant to these individuals for them to go and start their small businesses. So it's a form of empowerment towards poverty reduction. So the slot given to the states is 500. Then there are slots given to the senators and the National Assembly member. 100 slots. The same what they are giving here, they are giving to other states. So if they have given to other states the same 20,000 naira, then Bayelsa to at least we need to appreciate them first.
Some of the beneficiaries also expressed their gratitude to President Muhammadu Buhari for the laudable scheme.
I'm into frozen food business. I sell ice fish, chicken and other foodstuff. I feel grateful because my business was already suffering loss, but with this grants now, I'll be able to start up from where I stopped.
I want to thank the federal government, especially the President Muhammadu Buhari. Thanks for the grants. I run a POS business, so I'm going to add it to my capital.
The grant, which cuts across the 36 states of the Federation, is part of the $1 billion earmarked annually for the Social Investment Program by the federal government.
So there it is right there. So let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. Says laudable project with inherent maintenance issues. I think that is to the space of the rail system being built by Lagos State. But I think they've built in insulations for that those maintenance issues that you may well. I'm sure they will have a yard for maintenance, and they've built a dedicated power plant to ensure that it's not on the national grid. But how it works, we'll see over the course of next year. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. As we start it off with Ajan Lekoko to talk us through that video clip that he sent in. So Ajan Lekoko, Sadia Farouk, Mother Christmas, handing 20,000 naira to the people of Bayelsa. How does this even work? Do they not have, where's the audit trail? You saw her handing it out in cash. So how do you audit that, Adan Lekoko?
Thank you, one man. Let me say good morning, afternoon, evening to our viewers, our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, one man, when I watched that clip, it just it was just a shocker to me, the way these people, this APC administration, under the leadership of Buhari, how they are looting our money openly showing it to us. And I was just looking at, how can they be doing this for God's sake? This is not the way to help people out of poverty or give people grant. Like you are asking one man that, how could this be audited? Cash, physical cash, and $1 billion is earmarked for this program every year. That is the amount that shocked me, one man. $1 billion annually for this program, cash money. How could this be audited, for God's sake, one man?
Who even approved it? And I say, who is approving it? It's like you said, they are looting from us in open glare and telling you do your worst. So she will go there and give and maybe hand out 15, 20 million naira, and she will invoice 5 billion naira, and then they'll share it, and then she'll go to the next state and do the same thing. How do you know? It's cash now. Oh God!
Look at what that guy in Bayelsa was telling the press, that it is 5,000 that is earmarked for their state. I think it may be 500 earmarked for their state, but the senators and House of Rep were able to add another.
I think you may well have misread that. I think what he was saying, Ajan Lekoko, was that of the beneficiaries, the state will submit 500 beneficiaries.
Mm-hmm.
Then senators will get 100 beneficiaries each. So they will present people that they. So that I think that's what he meant.
So what it appeared to me they are doing is giving cash to their party members as a way of rewarding them under the program of poverty alleviation. That is why they are using cash. Cash they will loot $1 billion every year for no business. These, if it is really true that they are really helping, they're supposed to be writing check and sending it to their business
has a bank account now.
Anybody running business will be able to own have a bank account. How could this money how could this money be audited, for God's sake? $1 billion, one man. $1 billion. Giving people, they said 20,000 naira as a poverty alleviation to help people out. To support their business. $20,000. What is 20,000 naira rather? What is 20,000 naira? And then you are giving it out in cash. It's a disaster. So it was that total sum of money earmarked for this program that really shocked me. That $1 billion. What are they talking about? 1 billion, and yet they cannot pay.
Dollar or naira?
Dollar.
Dollar.
Yes. One man can replay it. $1 billion every year, and yet they cannot pay ASU. And yet they cannot rebuild the dilapidating educational infrastructure around the country. It just shocked me, one man. So I said, let me throw this video to one man so that I can show it to everybody, so they can see it.
You know the curiosity. There's a story. I gave the headline, but I did not read it out. Ex-chief of air staff Sadiki, ruling APC recruit 1,000 militants, political thugs ahead of Bauchi governorship election. So this story, it actually interlinks with that clip that you've just submitted. Do you know how? This guy, this ex Air Force chief, he just a year or so married this Sadia Farouk. Yes. It's unbelievable. It's frightening.
It's a cause to us that we have APC to manage that country. It's a cause. They have brought that country down. They have destroyed that country, and I don't see the country surviving. In the next 3-6 months, it's surely going to be a different thing we'll be talking about that country. I don't see that country surviving financially, economically. I don't see it. Even politically, we might hit rock, and everything could turn upside down in totality on all fronts for that country. That is what I'm saying. Yes.
I want to ask you a question. But why are we amounting dollars when we are spending naira in Nigeria? I still don't.
No, they're not handing out dollars. Come on, man.
No,
Answer that question yourself. What sort of a question is that?
One man, you don't listen to me.
Right.
You calm down. Listen to me before you talk. I said, right. Why are they saying dollars? Why are they not mentioning it in naira? Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are dishing out dollar. That we are spending naira. Where are they mentioning $1 billion? Because we are spending naira. That's what I'm asking. Why are they mentioning dollars when our currency is naira? That's what I'm asking. I'm not saying
whether naira or dollars is still a huge amount of money. I'm not sure, but sorry.
Yeah. So it's.
Did you understand Thomas's question?
Yes, I understand what he's saying, but I don't know. But in dollar terms, that is the amount right there. We can convert it in naira and know how much it's going to run to in trillion. It's possibly going to be maybe 700. I think it's going to be 700 billion right now, right? Yes. If it is $1 billion. So
I think that maybe 700.
Yes, that's 7 at what do you call this black market rate?
Yeah,
700.
If you lose 700, the round figure.
700 billion. 700 billion naira. That is the amount for some people to just loot. And look at it. They just share that money among themselves and then do some.
I'll be surprised if they distribute up to 50 million, certainly not more than $100 million. And the rest, of course, we all know what will happen.
That is it, one man. So it's just
it's so scary, It's
scary. It's scary. And this is just one of these avenues they have created for themselves, to loot the resources of that country. What is going on in the oil sector, the crude oil theft that is going on there is a different thing. The money they're stealing in each, look at Accountant General, one man, one person stealing about 109 billion naira. I mean, it's just a looting spree all over. The military stealing money heavily. Buratai, some few days ago, they went to his house, got a lot of cash in dollars, exotic car that worth each maybe several millions of dollars. And you see, this APC is just a corpse. It just came to kill us, to kill that country.
And Ajale Koko, if you imagine that this has been going on for well in excess of 7 years, so it's not that they've been stealing steadily for 7 solid years.
For 7 solid years, heavily, like you mentioned, you used the right word, heavily. And this is one of the reasons I don't really like Tinubu and some of his team, and particularly those Yoruba people that allow this man to take this country through this path and destroy this country. That is one of my gripes with Tinubu and their team from the West, particularly. What is it? What is it that you want? What kind of power that you are looking up to, and you allow this man that you have political alliance with to continue looting, to continue destroying, to destroy the insecurity of the country, destroy the financial base of this country, destroy the economic base of this country, and because you want to be president, or some of you are looking up to some.
So what do you want him to do, Ajane Koko? What would you have expected a civilian, an ordinary man just like you, to do to a president of the country? What would you have expected?
Who is that ordinary man like me?
Tinubu is not holding any office, no portfolio, no cabinet, member.
Are you saying Tinubu is an ordinary man like me?
Like me, like you, like everyone else. It's not a member of the cabinet.
Are you serious, enigmatic? Are you listening to yourself?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
So Tinubu is ordinary man like me and you?
I mean, what would you have expected him to do to a Buhari
Who made Buhari to be president in that country today? Who contributed immensely? Hold on. Hold on. I'm a Denian. I don't
hear anything about Nigeria. Nigerians voted for him. And a goat would have won an election against Jonathan in 2015. A goat. A goat would have won an election. Nigeria had an opportunity to chase this man out in 2019. So there's nothing Tinubu can do as an individual.
No, that is not true. He facilitated that merger between the West and the Buhari's administration. And Buhari's team.
He facilitated the merger of political parties. APC is not the only party. I mean,
hold on. And he openly said it. Labekuta. Oshele kini olule. Oshele kiji olule. Oshele keta olule.
Politics in the because it's all about politics.
Tó bá ṣe mí tí mo ṣíwájú ogun, ẹgbẹ́ kìíní yìí wá, èmi ló kàn.
But Baba, I understand all these things, but my question is, what would you have if you were in Tinubu's shoes? What would you have done? What would you have done?
What
he would have done? You want Buhari to kill him?
What he would have done is, after 4 years of Buhari into the government, and it was clear to us at the end of his first time, towards the end of his first time, that Buhari had failed us. Was it not clear to us that man was a failure?
It's an open secret to everybody now, up to now.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Enigmatic. Was it not clear to us that Buhari...
I'm just telling everybody, one man who doesn't know Buhari is a monumental failure. Everybody knows. But my question is, even Sowore that is on the street, that is fighting for the same Nigerians. Look at how Nigerians are treating Sowore there. They don't care. Nigerians don't care when you fight for them. It's either you die or you don't fight for them. Tinubu is not going to die because of Nigerians.
No, he doesn't need to die.
Okay, what would you have expected him to do then? Go against a sitting president?
Wait now. You want to know from me, right? What he will have done towards the end of his first time is to come out as a leader representing the West, as a leader that make that merger to happen, as a leader that contributed to the victory after seeing the wrong path that this man was taking us through, is to withdraw the merger and let him fail. What he is confronting today, look, Tinubu is going to pay for this failure of Buhari.
Tinubu will pay for that, right? Everybody in APC. And no, like Hulata was saying yesterday, Buhari has made everything difficult for APC. It will be very difficult to market Buhari, and it will be very difficult to detach anybody in APC vying for office. It will be very difficult to detach, Buhari's history, Buhari's monumental failure, Buhari's shambolic performance as a president. It will be very difficult for them to detach themselves from Buhari, but it will be very, very easy at the same time to distinguish and differentiate what they do differently, and by not attaching them directly. There's a limit you can pull Tinubu, Buhari's wool over Tinubu as a person. Tinubu is not a bishop. Tinubu is not a pope. Tinubu is not an academia. He's not a professor. He's a politician. For political reasons, politicians are there for their interest. If you were in his shoes, or Saraki has a whole section, a whole region to vie for a political, anybody under that same situation would do so as a politician. So when people blame Tinubu for Buhari's failure, it amuses me, because we all know Tinubu gave Buhari a very potent, prominent, brilliant, intelligent person as his vice. They ostracized that man. All they wanted Buhari to do was focus on the security. Tinubu will focus on the party structure and the political and the external political affairs. Oshibanjo would have done the 3 times Oshibanjo was given the opportunity to step into the administration's spearhead. 3 times he made impact. That was the time Onogen came on board as a substantive chief CJN. That was the time Mama Daura of DSS was fired when he went to National Assembly to harass them. That was the time he made one other thing, and that was what actually killed
the Naira experience.
The Naira exchange. So what look, it's either you die or you stay on your own, because you are fighting against a cabal that doesn't want you. You saw even what happened in the APC primary. They still hold grudges against Tinubu up to today. Some of Buhari's cabal, some of Buhari's men, like all these Balami, all of them, there's every possibility that they will not work for Tinubu's presidential campaign, because they do not want him. They never wanted him, but he got there by providence.
Enigmatic. I've never really understood people who criticize Tinubu for not.
It's because of their hatred. Hold on, just a second. Look at those obedience now, right? Even people that they've not even been to Bodilon, they've not even seen Tinubu before. A child that was born 20 years ago or 23 years ago is saying, "I hate Tinubu." Why do you hate Tinubu? You can't say it, because it's a cliche statement.
Because he was told to hate him.
Because it's a cliche, click and base statement by your parents or by your elder brothers in the East. Atiku and PDP, they conspired to steal your ticket that belonged to the Southeast. You guys have been slaving and laboring for PDP for 23 years. They gave it to an Hausa man. But you guys would rather see an Hausa man replace an Hausa man instead of working with somebody in the South. Then you hate Tinubu. Instead of you to be mad at Atiku and PDP, you are mad at the wrong person. Everything Tinubu. What did he do to you guys?
All right, thank you, Enigmatic. So I've never really understood I've never understood what the expectation is of Tinubu, that he should be castigating the Buhari administration. I've always found that line of argument somewhat naive. Tinubu, like you said, is a politician. He has a bigger dream beyond that. He knows that Buhari is a failure, but he knows he wants to be president too. So, I mean, what does it serve? If he jettisons his presidential ambition to castigate the Buhari administration, he's not going to get rid of it because they hold all the reins of power. They will rig themselves back in, but he loses his opportunity. He's under threat. They will send the FCC after him and destroy him, and nothing comes out of that. But if he plays as he has played to get this ticket, and then if he takes that final step to the presidency, then he may well be able to effect something of good. He may be a failure, or he may effect good. But certainly, him coming out to castigate Buhari, it will serve no purpose other than one moment in the sun. He will be abandoned by something. They will throw him to the wolves. He has a file at EFCC. They will just destroy him easily, and they will still retain power. But back to you, Ajan Lekoko.
Hey, one man, you see, let me tell you, if Tinubu is not a very greedy man, a man that just loves his own political power, and that political power to work for himself. If he is a real leader that loves his people, that loves his country, haven't seen 3 years and towards 4 years of this Buhari in government, haven't seen it clearly that this man is a failure. He should have taken a very bold step to withdraw his merger and his support for him to save the country, save his own political empire, because his political empire represents the interests of Yoruba people, whether we like it or not. Some might not agree, but his political empire represents the political interests of Yoruba people. But this man, to use the Yoruba interests, damage us as people with this path he has taken with this man for 7 years, and even saying proud to his family, and even saying that I will continue the same, I will continue on the same path with Buhari.
Is that not political talk?
Whether it is political, it is nonsensical.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question,
Okay,
if Tinubu had withdrawn his support of Buhari, let's say 3 years into it, as you said, would that have collapsed the Buhari administration?
Buhari will have failed. There's no way Buhari will have won, because Buhari will return to his old winning only in the north and won't be able to win any part of the south.
All right.
There's no way he will have been president. He did it like 3 times or 4 times before he became president until Tinubu merged with him. So, look, whether we like it or not, Tinubu will share part of this blame of the destruction of Nigeria today. You might want to defend him. You might want to say, oh, he has no role to play. But everybody knows that Tinubu is not an ordinary person like me and you. He's a political juggernaut. He's a political player. When you are talking about master, one of the master politicians in that country, if you want to mention 3, Tinubu is one of them. You mention the best 3 that can, wherever they swing to is where the political game will swing to. So what I'm telling us here is that it is unfortunate that he was more interested in his own political ambition. It doesn't look at the interests of his people, the interests of Nigeria, the interests of that country in particularly, and follow this man to where we are today, which I know every wrong thing this man have done against this country will blow back against it. He's the one that will suffer for it, not Buhari. Buhari will be left, will be gone in the next next 7 months, but Tinubu will suffer for it. We know that for sure. So it is just unfortunate that this APC is a disaster for us. It's a cause for that country, and it's just unbelievable that we can have a political party that can destroy country right within 7 years, just only 7 years. PDP had it for how many years? PDP
16.
had it for 16 years. Do you want to say that was it as bad as it is today?
It's unimaginably bad. Nobody ever thought that Nigeria could. If anybody said Nigeria could be where we are now, just 7 years ago, people would just laugh at you. They wouldn't. They would just think, because we looked like we were moving forward to at last join the rest of the world as a civilized people. But
what do they want to say? What are the APC or anybody that want to talk about PDP? What do you guys want to say? Was it as bad as it is now under PDP for their 16 years? Was it as bad? I mean, we are looking at 7 years. 7 months to this time. It is possible we might not have a country anymore. The future of our country, next 3 months, we cannot predict it. Who are the people that cause it? It is APC. You can hold responsible. And how do you want to exonerate Tinubu out of that problem? There's no way you can exonerate Tinubu. There's no way we can exonerate Oshibajo. There's no way we can exonerate any one of the leadership of APC, because political party is an association. It's an association of group of people that seek for people's vote to vote for them into power. And people did that for them. People elected them into position of power with all promises they made. What are they giving Nigeria in return? Destruction of that country. And you want to say that what will he have done? He will have done much. He will have stopped this guy. He will have stopped this guy. As I'm talking to you, I'm not happy of what is going on in that country. We don't know what is going to happen to that country now. We don't know what is going to happen to that country next year. That we are saying this nonsense election, they are preparing for useless presidential election. Are we even sure that there's going to be election in that country with the high state of insecurity that we find ourselves today due to incompetence of APC? Buhari alone cannot be blamed. It is the entire party leadership, party structure that failed Nigeria. What are you people talking about? And you cannot exonerate Tinubu out of it. You cannot exonerate any other person out of it. They work together. You cannot exonerate Bajabia. You cannot exonerate Lawan. Because they were doing all these things together. They are the one that govern us. We surrender our trust on them to govern that country well, but they betray us and destroy that country right in our face.
What is terrible?
Look, I tell you every day, I am thinking of what is going to happen to our people in the next few months to come. Do you want to say that people that have lost their life, look at in this year alone, about how many people have lost their life? Is it not up to 7,000 people, or what was the record said? Just for 6 months or 7 months in this year alone, under this APC. This is and they continue the looting. They continue looting. Even though that we are having this insecurity problem, they continue the looting of the resources of life. Unstoppable. It's one man. This is a tragedy. It's a cause that we have these people, and we must not forgive these people. I am very, very hungry. And I believe every Nigerian should be angry with this APC. It doesn't matter who is the head of the ticket. I don't care about who is on the ticket.
All right. An impassioned speech, Ajande Kokoba, and I think we all share your passion, but maybe we don't share your pathway to that passion, but we certainly share your passion. I am of the view that because
if you don't share my pathway now, you will share my pathway in 2023. I wish we all don't come on this by then. I wish we are not going to be crying on this platform. I wish we're not going to be crying when we watch disaster, killing spree. That is
it's going to get worse. Ajande Koko, hold on. It's going to get worse before it gets better in Nigeria. I think we are adult enough and intelligent enough to realize that when 2023 comes and whoever wins in 2023 is not going to suddenly spin around and we go back to 2015 where we were somewhat on the road to being a civilized people. It's going to get increasingly worse to the point that whoever takes over in 2023, people will even be saying that it wasn't even as bad as this under Buhari, because the grounds for it to get worse has already been prepared. The bandits have institutionalized within the forestries in the southern space, and they are only really giving Buhari a nod of respect. That's why they've not raised the country down. But as soon as it leaves, they will launch at the country aggressively. So we are going to see a lot more killing 2023, around about June, going throughout that year, and hopefully they'll be able to stem it at some point. So we'll see that the economy will be near collapse, because you just gave us the example now of this woman handing out, she proposed to be $1 billion in 20,000 naira trenches. So they've stolen everything, and then they've put landmines in place for whoever comes in. So it's going to get worse. So I think the anticipation is that there will be tears 2023 going forward. But the failure of this administration, yes, you can say it's the party, because it's the party that presents it, but it is more singularly to Buhari, because if you look at what our APC came in with as a plan, it is not what Buhari has delivered as a performance. So it is not, and I don't think that the intention was to have the country in this way, and I don't think the people that are party members want the country in this way. So the failure, what led to all of this? Can you hold on, please, now? At least you see that I'm trying to, what's led to all of this is singularly a bad leader, and Buhari is the example that tells us then how bad it can get under the Nigerian system, because the way the country has been constructed, where all of the powers of almost, in fact, not almost, from life and death to survival or poverty is vested in just in the hand of one person. And if that person then happens to be somebody like Buhari, this is what we get. So it's a failure really of the Buhari leadership, and by extension the APC party, but more so the Buhari leadership. So Asaki, you wanted to come in.
Yes, so like Ajale Koko was saying, I'm really saddened by the situation of the country. It is getting bad every day. I weep for my people. I cry for my people. I shed tears on daily basis. Yeah. The issue of blaming Tinubu for the failure of Buhari, or rather blaming everybody in the APC for the failure of Buhari. We shouldn't emphasize too much on that, but at the same time, Soludo in Anambra State will always tell you, since he became governor, he will always tell Anabranians, if you see something, say something or do something. So if you see that the person you projected in 2015 is not becoming good on daily basis. At least, even if there is nothing you've done, at least you should have been saying something. For instance, this EndSARS that happened, this is it Lekki massacre in Lagos, the Lekki toll gate or whatever. I expect someone like Tinubu those days to come up and condemn it, talk seriously against what happened,
You expect Tinubu to come and speak against the Buhari administration?
No. Example, when this massacre that happened in Lekki,
yes.
that Lekki toll gate.
Yes.
So I expect someone like him that is revered in Lagos to stand up and say something about it, to condemn that.
So you expect Tinubu to condemn the Buhari administration?
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about anything that is bad that happens.
No, that's what is that not what you're saying? The government massacred people, and you are saying Tinubu should come and condemn it. So you are asking them to come and condemn the Buhari administration.
Yes, Tinubu should have condemned something like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? The issue of Osibajo.
And by the way, people, the government is contending that did not happen.
Are you as one man? Are you saying it didn't happen?
No, you heard what I said. Now I said the government is contending that it did not happen. So what will be the basis of Tinubu's condemnation?
It's very clear. There are reports to this effect.
Very clear.
There are reports
because of CNN, Abi.
No, there are reports to the effect.
You are talking for the man.
No,
Saki father, did you see what Tinubu say? Since you want to know what he said, he said he went to the government as I think maybe one man. If I have time, I'll probably, if I still have the video, I'll send it to you, because eventually they are trying to make this a kind of a talking point, and then eventually I think they released the video last week. He specifically, I think he was wearing like a brown kaftan. He went to the government house, to the governor's office. I mean, to the government house generally. He said he's going to see Sanwo-Olu to ask him some pointed questions. That what is happening? How is this happening? Who gave the order? TVC, NTA, BB, all of them were there. That I want to know who gave this order. That I know Nigerians have been shot. Who gave the order? Everybody will all understand the fact that they want Tinubu to come out and say, Buhari, are you an idiot?
Buhari has killed my people.
Buhari has killed. Are you guys? What are you guys saying? Is Tinubu the only political leader in Nigeria? Are there no political leaders in the southeast? What did they say? There are political leaders all over the country. Why is it always pointing? Why is it always this man? Even people that does not even know Lagos, everything is Tinubu. It's Tinubu. Even when you're having problems, when you're having domestic problems, domestic problems even in their homes, it's Tinubu. What is the problem?
Enigmatic.
Sorry, enigmatic. When I say hold on, please do that. Carry on, Saki. Yeah.
Enigmatic. I don't know. Whenever you come to this place, you refer everything to the southeast. I think it is a very wrong approach. It's very wrong. You have to really open your minds to take a perspective in the discussion. I'm just giving an instance, and you now say that everything that happens southeast, you begin to say, why not Tinubu? Why not Tinubu? Why are you particularizing it to the southeastern region?
Because that is what it is. It is what it is, bro.
Okay,
it is what it is.
The way I'm talking now, are you trying to like put it that I'm taking a perspective?
It's profiling you. It's profiling you.
Yeah, I'm profiling you, Saki father. Yes.
It's not wrong. Anybody.
Look, bro. This is
that's fine. Back to the topic.
Okay, go ahead.
The several times you've come on this platform, you keep saying something.
Leave enigmatic alone. Everybody has their style now.
Now you said whenever you see obedience, they will say they hate Tinubu, especially these obedient from the southeast.
But is it not true? Am I lying? Hold on to it now, bro. Don't be pretending over here. Hold on to it. Of course, we've had. Of course,
that is obedient.
If you want to go to that route, I can go toe to toe with you on that. If you want
it. Is it only southeast that is obedient? It's not only Southeast. So I don't
At
like
least major percentage of them, more than 90%.
I have seen a Yoruba.
More than 90%. More than 90%.
Guy who called
okay, how did we get here? We were talking about Tinubu's failure.
Yeah, he wanted to bring it up now. And you know, I'm always ready.
I have seen a Yoruba guy who called on a platform.
All right, sorry, Saki, leave that space and go back to your commentaries on Tinubu.
I'm only making a comment. I said Tinubu shouldn't be only about that presidential ambition. You know, he shouldn't be only about that self-interest. I expect Tinubu to say something about the killings that happened. That Lekki killing was a fundamental issue in 2020. He should have made public statement like this is condemnable. I'm not saying that he should say that Buhari government is not good, you know. But when you see something that this lady that was killed is in Sokoto, you know, he should also make like all these political.
So it should be running a commentary on everything that goes wrong in the country.
So so when they kill people in Owo, it's supposed Tinubu doesn't talk. Will you be saying this thing you are saying?
It should speak on Sokoto, it should speak on Lekki, it should speak on. Should he be running a commentary?
No. Suppose he's doing all those things. People today will not be saying he didn't speak out. People today will not be saying that he didn't talk against the government of the day when they were doing bad. You know, that is what I'm trying to project. That is what I'm trying to say here. You know, so what is bad, no matter where it happens. Even if there is a killing in Owo, if we come here, whether you are from the southeast or from your northeast or from your northwest, you know, you should be able to speak against it.
Tinubu cannot be running a running commentary on every incident that happens in the country.
On an incident like Lekki, on an incident like
but Kulata just told you he took a position. He took a position on Owo as well.
On an incident
which
like
he needn't have.
So are you saying he shouldn't say it? What are you saying? Are you saying
why should he? Why should he?
Is he not a Nigerian?
Is Sultan of Sokoto not a Nigerian? Is Babangida not a Nigerian? Is Obasanjo not a Nigerian? Is Shorinka not a Nigerian? Is the Emir of Sokoto of Kano not a Nigerian?
Is Obi of Onitsha not a Nigerian?
No, is it now? Is it now not part
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Is it now not part of the criticisms people are making?
No. All those people that all those people that have listed, are they not Nigerians?
They are Nigerians.
So what is their position on
all
of these things?
Hold
on. What is their position on all of these things you are asked? They are saying Tinubu did not.
If Obasanjo doesn't say anything against it, I will still condemn Obasanjo for that.
What did he say against it? What did Obasanjo say on Lekki Toll Gate? What did he say on Owo?
I don't know whether he said.
What did he say on the killing of Deborah?
If he didn't say, I will condemn him on
that. Look at that. What did the Obi of Onitsha say on the killing of Deborah?
If he didn't say anything on killing of Deborah, I'll still condemn him.
What did Babangida say? What did Babangida say?
That is what I'm telling you.
What did Sultan of Sokoto? What did he say?
I will still speak against all of them.
Guys, steady down, man.
So
you know
what I'm trying to say, honestly, he shouldn't be coming here and saying Southeast are condemning Tinubu. Southeast is very wrong statement.
No, leave Kulata alone. That's the way.
I'm not talking about Kulata.
Enigmatic. That's just his manner. We either ban him or we accept him. So if you want us to ban him, we will. But I don't think
what I'm trying to say
in
defense now is that if somebody like Osibanjo is coming out for this presidential whatever, if Osibanjo is this presidential candidate, people will like want to associate him with the things that also happened in APC, but at the same time, he could be more marketable in the sense that the little time he acted as president, we saw what he did. You know, so on that very little space he had, you know, it could.
But that ship has sailed now. That ship has sailed.
I don't understand what you mean.
That ship, your ship has sailed.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
It's not what if anymore. We are not in what if anymore now. That window has closed.
That is what I'm trying to say. That is what I'm trying to say. Like on the part of Tinubu, it is just out of that his selfish desire to become.
What do you mean the selfish desire? He has an ambition like everybody else. He has Atiku has the same ambition.
What is his
Buhari
own
has the
selfish
same
ambition? Is it
ambition.
not?
Babangida has the same ambition still. Obasanjo wanted to cling on for a third term.
Is it not
Why should he
selfish
not have
ambition?
ambition like to have an ambition to govern your own country?
That is his self-desire to govern, right?
What do you mean? It's an ambition. What about Atiku? He's been running since 1999.
Atiku's self-desire to govern.
But Babangida has been running. I think this may well be the first election that Babangida is not running. I think it's in the Buhari round that he stopped running. He has the ambition.
All right, let me.
They said Obasanjo wanted to cling on for a third term. He did not want to let go. So why should he not have the same ambition?
Let me.
No. Answer the question. Why should he not have the ambition?
I'm not arguing that he shouldn't have ambition, but
he should pack his own ambition for somebody else.
It's not what I'm saying, But if you look at what is happening in the country,
right,
at this point in time,
right,
if you are placing the country first, if the country interest is beyond that your own interest, you could do everything to see that the country works.
And how is he not doing that?
For instance, he has trained people like Usibanjo.
No. Hold on. Don't preach. Can you hold on? How is he not doing exactly what you just said? That is placing the country's interest first. How is he not doing that?
I've never seen him speak, truth to certain things, to these atrocities that has happened in Nigeria in the past few years.
I'm just giving you a plethora of people that don't speak to the goings on in the country.
Are you saying Obasanjo?
So what exempts them? What exempts the Ogo of Onitsha? What exempts the Onyo of Ife? What exempts Abdusalami Abubakar? What exempts Buhari, Babangida?
We are focusing on him now because he's the one that is coming out to become president. So we are
and Zaki, please. And these people one man just mentioned, they are even important that Tinubu. They should be the one.
What you mean?
Their voice carry more weight.
Yes, their voice carry more weight than Tinubu.
Why are we talking about Tinubu now? Is it not because he's coming out for presidential contest?
Yes.
So that is why we are scrutinizing him in the light of those things that has happened before.
No,
what are his positions? It is because we are singling him out of these people because now he is the one that is contesting. All those people are not contesting. That is why we are discussing.
But why are you saying his ambition is selfish? Is what I don't get. How is it selfish?
How do you mean?
You described his ambition as selfish. How so?
Is it not self-interest? He wants to become president. Is it not a selfish desire?
How so? How so?
He wants to actualize his dream. It's a dream. He wants to become president.
Okay,
there's nothing selfish about it.
Hold on. You are a deputy manager. You are a deputy manager in your in an establishment, yes, and you are aspiring to be manager. Is that selfish?
I don't understand what you mean.
You are a deputy manager in an establishment, yes, and you are aspiring to be manager. Is that selfish?
Is it not what Abraham Maslow calls self-actualization?
Look at this guy.
In the hierarchy of this.
Forget all of this full philosophy. Forget all of that, man. Let's talk about
selfish desire too.
What do you mean selfish desire?
It's a desire now. Is it not what you want to pursue?
It's an ambition. It's an ambition, not inherently a desire. What are we doing semantics? Is ambition not inherently a desire?
Is it bad to say
what propels an ambition other than desire?
You want to go to school and become graduate. Is it not your desire? That is your selfish
It's an
desire.
ambition. Oh God, I don't know, man. All right, let's get back to Ajanle Koko. I think we're in some territory now where we may well lose ourselves. But let's get back to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, back to you. You see what we've opened up, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, it's so sad that we find ourselves in this situation I mean, the situation of the country is so sad. It was in the early 70s and 80s, the countries in Africa where when we watch our TV and they're showing their on Nigerian news, then we watch Ethiopia, we watch some other countries in Africa where what is happening in Nigeria like this was happening back then. And we were saying to ourselves back then that this kind of thing can never happen to us in Nigeria. Unfortunately, we are in 21st century. It's happening to us because we have bad leadership that does not love their country, doesn't love their people, but only love their own political interests. One man, you are saying that we can blame only Buhari for this thing. No. Yes, we is the president, but he doesn't steer the state affair of the country alone. We have people around him that are our people. We have leaders that represented us in his government. They should take part of the blame as well, part of the Buhari's failure. They be speaking in his favor. All this while, while Buhari is failing us, rather, they were speaking in his favor. They were supporting him. They are backing him openly. They were saying that, oh, yes, I want to continue, and I want to continue the same thing that Buhari has been doing for the past 7 years. That is what they have been saying. We cannot say because of, exonerate them because they are saying that because of political expediency. No, we have to hold them accountable by what they said. So holding Tinubu accountable now for what he has been saying, for all his support to Buhari, for justifying Buhari, the destruction of our country, I don't think we are getting it wrong. We are not getting it wrong at all. We love that country. I can never believe that in my lifetime that Nigeria can degenerate to what we are seeing today. I can never believe. A lot of people cannot travel, even within Yoruba land. Talk less of traveling from Lagos or from the west to the north. People cannot travel from Lagos to Ogun State. People are scared to death. And you are saying we should exonerate some people? We should blame them all together. They caused this. They give this man this strength to continue. They were aiding him. They are betting him. I believe that in the law court, those that aid and abet others, they sentence them to more times imprisonment than the real offender. So why should we exonerate this guy? He failed us. He failed me as a leader. He has always been there representing my interest. He failed me, and you said I should not blame him.
Look, Adanle Koko, you cannot blame Tinubu for Buhari's failure. You cannot. So
we should continue.
It's a real reach. It's a real reach. It's a real reach.
So okay, let me ask you a question, one man. So are you saying you cannot share any little percentage of any blame whatsoever on the failure of this Buhari administration?
How so? He's not a functionary of state. The most he has is an advisory capacity to the government, and the government can choose to dismiss him out of hand, which I'm sure they have done. You know when they were doing all this cash something that you were doing, and I can go and dig it up. when they were doing all this cash something that they are doing, Tinubu was very critical of it. It was saying that those cash should actually be set by electronically, so there's an audit trail. This was as far back as 18 months ago. So he makes corrective public pronouncements to the wrongdoings of the government. He does that, but he's not going to slam the government, which he labored to bring into being. But he can hint in the public space that I don't like the direction. He speaks to them privately. He says as much as he can politically, publicly. And as Enigmatic just telling us now that he took a position on our end SARS, he's not going to start mount some soapbox or some and start shouting that Tinubu must go, Buhari must go. I mean, I don't know what that means.
One more, please. I'd like to quickly interject. It's Brownberry.
Yeah, go on.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to support Ajani Koko. I just want to quickly give you two instances where Tinubu would have stopped Buhari. Number one was during the when they were doing the primaries of APC 2014. Even when they were putting APC together, the northern elite, they didn't want Buhari. They want the Southerners regarding Buhari. They wanted Kwakwanso or Atiku. But the likes of Tinubu, I mean, what's that name again?
Kwakwanso or Atiku could not have defeated Goodluck Jonathan.
But these are the people that knows this man. They were telling them that this man, we don't want this man. We don't want this man. But our people want power. Mostly our certain people wanted that power. And Tinubu know the position that is going to wield when Buhari gets there. So that was the first one. They missed it there. The second one was in 20. Hold on.
It's not a mistake now. Could Kwakwanso or Atiku have defeated Goodluck Jonathan?
Why not? Why not? The way the country was going at that time.
With what? Atiku is corrupt. Kwakwanso is narrowed to one peculiar state.
Okay. Do you know the baggage?
They use Atiku to come and fight corruption.
Hold on. Do you know the baggage that Buhari was carrying with him? It was propaganda. If they were able to,
Buhari was carrying a reputation from his
what reputation? What reputation? Buhari wasn't carrying any reputation. Buhari
Nigerians voted for him, so it's clearly
because it was the propaganda.
Obasanjo endorsed him.
And Jonathan was hated. So Yinka will tell you today that he never endorsed him.
No, he did. They've been invited severally to apologize. And he's refused.
No, he said he never. Okay, I don't want to go with you with. Okay, the second one was in 2018, before the election. You know when Buhari got into power, the Kaaba, they relegated Tinubu. You know that, and he went to France and he went and sat there. So when they knew that they were not going to win without him, they went and begged him. That was the time he would have turned his back against them. He would have told the Yorubas, you know what? Let's not vote for this man. But he didn't do that.
And then who would have won the presidency? It would have been Atiku.
And so what? We are saving the life.
The South would have been out of place for 12 years.
The life of his people. So the life of his people is no more important than his ambition.
The life of his people, the life of his people are better protected by one of their own.
So who is one of their own? Buhari?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. If Tinubu had gone against Buhari in 2019, which he had no reason to, then
he had a lot of reasons. He had a lot of reasons to. He had a lot of reasons to. I just told you that he was sandline. No, let me speak.
Okay.
I just told you he was sandline. He had a lot of reason to turn his back against Buhari, but he didn't. He didn't. I just told you.
Can I speak now?
Speak.
Oh, all right. If Tinubu had gone against Buhari, then it would have the whole of the South, especially the Southwest, would have been sidelined. Because let me, if you allow me, I will say it. So, but you have to allow me though. If Tinubu had gone against Buhari, then the whole of the southern space, especially the Southwest, would have been sidelined. Especially when they've lined up the presidency to come to them. If Tinubu has sidelined, can you hold on, please? Or okay, go on. Say
What?
whatever.
Okay. What are they? No. Sometimes just let somebody talk. I know you are moderating the show,
I let you
and it's
talk.
your show.
Oh no.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to leave. Don't say things like that. I let you speak. I say I waited my turn. I wanted to speak. You won't allow me. So what do you mean it's your show?
Okay, let me speak.
Okay, go on.
Okay, so you said the whole Southwest would have been sidelined. So what is going on? Right? Are they not sidelined now?
You didn't let me land the point.
What
now.
are they gaining right now?
Go on.
Is this more important? Is this ambition more important than the life of his people? Than the freedom of his people? Is it more important? Is more important? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying, but you won't allow me to say what I'm saying. What I want
That's
to say.
what you just said.
No.
Let him talk. Let one man talk. Let him express himself.
Even let me. If Tinubu had gone against Buhari in 2019, then the whole of the Southwest would have been sidelined, because you would have had 4 years of Buhari, then you would have had an additional 8 years of Atiku, which would have then made the southern space out of play for a good 12 years. And after that 12 years, you don't still know what will come into play. So it is a real risk for the southern space to have had an Atiku presidency, because it would have served its full complement, and that would have left the South out for a good 12 years. That's a decade and a bit. So that's sidelining.
So in other words, what we're trying to say now is both the Southeast, the Southwest, to get to that political position, you have to sell out your own people. That's what.
What do you mean? Who sold out their own people?
Well, from what you're saying
that's not what I said, though. I don't know how you've interpreted.
They would have sidelined us now. Saying that they would have sidelined us if we didn't play to the gallery. That's what he means now.
No. Okay, I'm going to say one more time and then I'll move on. You can choose to interpret it however it suits you. But what I have said is, if Tinubu had gone against Buhari in 2019, then that would have given Atiku the presidency. So Buhari would have had 4 years of governance. Atiku will have an additional 8 years of governance, which would then leave the southern space 12 years out of governance. And that is too big a risk. So that's what I've said. So, and I'm saying that verbatim. So it doesn't really need interpretation. I'm saying that literally. So
back to man, can you give me a second, please? One man, please.
So for that 4 years, you see how they have expanded into our forest just for that decision.
So because one man, can you give me a second, please?
All right. Let's hear from you, Enigmatic. Let's hear from Enigmatic, and then we get back to Ajan Lekoko.
Okay. What I would just tell you, one man, is I don't want to directly respond to Brownberry because, of course, we know the kind of game he's playing. Look, if we've gone to dig out Awolowo, right, from his grave to replace Tinubu, they still will be against, and they would have preferred another Fulani man in Atiku to replace a Fulani Buhari instead of a Yoruba man. Take it or leave it. That's the game.
Where are you going with that one? Let's get back to Ajan Lekoko. I don't know what that means, but let's get back to Ajan Lekoko.
What are you even saying?
One man, as I was saying earlier, it was in the 70s. We are looking at all this kind of problem. We are seeing it. We watch it on TV then, happening to other countries, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and some other places in Africa. Now we are facing this similar problem due to bad leadership, bad APC leadership. So when I'm saying bad APC leadership, president and others should be held responsible because they came out. Tinubu was with him as well, campaigning around the country, making all sorts of story. The best when Abraham Lincoln was a former general, and I can't remember the way he phrased it. He was saying that in the campaign. So, and they took us to where we are today, and it is looking like we might not have a nation next year. That is my worry. My worry is that what is going to happen to poor people, our people back home. Are we going to? I mean, if what has happened to some country in the past, disaster that bring war into country is when you see insecurity, when you see financial failure of that country, economic failure of that country. That are the factors that plunge country into serious civil war. How are we going to do it with 200 million people? Where would our people go? We should not rule it out. It is possible to happen. I mean, it could happen because Nigeria is failing and it's failing fast. In the next 6 months, we might run out of cash because what we have in our foreign reserve now is just about 15 billion. It cannot pay our bills for the next 5 or 6 months. It's not enough to pay our bills. And our revenue is low to what we are paying to service the debt. Where are we heading to, for God's sake? We should be worried. We should be crying now. How do we think that people that took us to where we are now can solve the problem? They cannot solve the problem. They created this problem. They destroyed this country. They cannot. And they will share the blame. Every one of them should be blamed for this failure of this country, because this is not what they promised us. It doesn't matter who he is or who is in the front of who is the leader of the party. I mean, the political party govern the state. They were elected into the position of government to run the country, and they failed us. It's not one man. It's not only Buhari. We are not going to be very fair as human beings, blaming Buhari alone for the failure. We have to blame the entirety of the leadership of APC. They are the one that failed. They saw Buhari was doing all this illegality, and they refused. This is democracy, for God's sake. We should know that this is democracy. One person does not have that absolute power. One person, the president, does not have that absolute power to run the state the way he likes without being checked by other arms of government. The legislators can check him, and the judiciary can check him as well. They are the ones that constitute the legislators. They are the ones that are in majority in the legislative arm of government. What did they do? They were aiding and abetting him. They put their own man as the Chief Justice of the Federation. They took the one that was there before out and put the Chief Justice of the Federation there. They were destroying this country. You don't love somebody against your own country. And that is where I am blaming Tinubu as a leader. He's a leader. I am a Yoruba man, and I know what Yoruba people stand for. We stand for the truth, and we never fear to say the truth to one of our own when he's doing wrong. We don't cover one of our own. That is the training that they give us as human beings when we were growing up. And that is our DNA. That is who we are.
John,
could I
come in a little bit? John, let me come in a little bit on this. There's one man there. Yeah, I wanted to direct my comments to the definitions, the way we're looking at Tinubu as the leader. When we say is Tinubu responsible for bringing Buhari in, it is clear. I don't even think anybody here would argue that Tinubu is the eponymous leader of the APC. He put that geniusly. He had the genius to put together something that could challenge an existing government of Jonathan and take power from them. So now when we agree that he's the head, the chief, the pioneer, innovator, trailblazer, pathfinder, whatever appellation we want to give him, I don't think anybody should come here when we're trying to talk and resolve some of these issues to argue that fact. he is the leader of the APC.
He is or was?
No, he is. Not only is he, now he's a flag bearer. That is even a bigger.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Was he? All right, carry on.
Yeah, he was the leader. I could give you more things. Chairperson, convener. He's the director. He's the captain of the APC. He's the principal, the boss. So whatever you say, there's just no doubt his role in that party. Now, should he have spoken out when our kids were shot at that his bridge or whatever they call it over there? He should have spoken out. There are many ways to say things. That you could. It's a difficult thing to do sometimes to speak to two audiences. You could speak to the Buhari administration while you're addressing the Yoruba, while you're addressing the youth. To just not speak at all, that's not acceptable.
Come on. He did speak. But anyway.
Yeah, I did see him during that chaos. He was rumored he went to France, and at some point he addressed it. But I'm saying, though, with all the happenings in the country, in his section, now let's talk about, now there's something that John Leku said earlier. I think
what did anybody from your space say?
Okay, I'll get to that, because people from Yoruba, from my space, people from the Hausa and Fulani, if they're telling the truth, they're from my space. I don't have a space. I'm a human being who abhor evil, and I support the truth. John Leku could say something that was remarkable here earlier in his commentary. He said, look, you may not support it now, but don't come supporting it in 2023. He's not immune from that criticism. I'm not. Nobody is. Because there's a lot of people who were saying to Tinubu at the time he's setting up this APC, hey, look, this is not right. Buhari is no good. We knew him from 1983 to 85. He's this, he's that. But he was able to play it off like you're being against Yoruba when you attacked Tinubu at the time. So now, all those people, including John Leku in this case, now say, hey, we made a mistake. His time mark is 4 years ago. Okay, when Buhari from 2015 to 2019, he shouldn't come back again. But there are people who said that in 2015. But I know there's a lot of people on the panel, but it is you're making this guy, whatever his name is, what is his name on top there? You're making him lazy by just not actually removing him from the panel if he's coming here to reduce our conversation all the time to tribal.
You started all over again. You did this last time, and I'm not going to let you go.
This is what it does. But
please rule him out of.
If you want to go that route, I'm always ready for you, bro.
No. Let's not turn it into a street fight. But round off, and then
let me round off, and then I'll wait for my turn, because I'm actually here to discuss more important something on the.
All right, you should go to the topic.
Please, the admonishment you're giving these guys is inadequate. One man, you gotta rule him out of order.
So what has it done to be ruled out of order?
Because I'm talking, and before I spoke, I asked for permission from my John Leku and you. I say, is one man here? You say, yes, I'm here. But he just interjects.
Because you mentioned my name. Are you listening to yourself at all?
I have not mentioned. I can't even remember your name.
Let's not turn it into a row.
Let me conclude by saying this. I am going to mention some Igbo names, for example. Okorocha, we call him Okorawasa. We don't want him. We don't like him. He's no good. That's Ojikalo. We don't want him. He's no good. What is the governor of Imo State? We don't want him. The guy that's accused of organ transplantation in the United Kingdom, we don't like him. We don't want these people because they make the country far worse than they found it. They're no good. So, and each one of these people, now you have to, here is something I have to say that's just a blast. Each one of these names I mentioned now that are Igbo, they're 10 times better than Tinubu, maybe 20 times. They're not as corrupt. They're not as involved with all kinds of things, but they still don't pass the mark. How many times, I mean, you're going to be able to look at the Igbo, Southeast, they're trying to clean the polity in that country. Okay, so it's Ajan Lekoko's time. I let him have it. Enigmatic, I'm 6'5",
please.
220 pounds.
Sorry. Leave
man, go your
leave
way, man.
Enigmatic
Take my
alone,
name
please.
out of your name, out of your mouth.
And you hold on as well. So,
please beg him.
Sorry, do you mind?
Please.
Enigmatic.
I may just sign myself, but he should keep my name out of his mouth. Please, anytime he comes.
Do you mind? Let me moderate the space. I don't want a row, and I don't want a rowdy session, and that is to the space. And please leave the personalities alone. So anybody can speak as they will. If they cross the line, I will pull them back. But you run your own commentary as you will. And if you cross the line, I will pull you back. So the person that I'm not pulling back, of course, Adale Koko. Adale Koko, round of that space, and I'll go on to Enigmatic.
Okay, so what I'm gonna say in conclusion here is that this man, Tinubu, is a very greedy man, a very selfish man. Everything has to be for him. Everything must be for him and his political empire. He isolated his people. And it's not good for a leader. And that is the way I want you guys to see it. Forget about whether he's in government or not. But a leader must always be there for his people. Is he there for us? I don't think so. He's there for himself. And that is why he never spoke one day for the interest of Yoruba people. Don't let me even say the interest of the entire South. Let me say Yoruba people. But when it became clear that the cabal wanted to jeopardize his interest, this guy spoke up. We saw the way he talked in Abeokuta. He came out very frontally against Buhari. Are you people defending him that, what would he have done for the president? Wouldn't he have jeopardized his own political interests? Why? Why did he stood up against Buhari? Why was he very confrontational against Buhari? Why did he mention Buhari's name openly? That he fell, lala koko oshubu, olule lala koko, olule lele keji, olule lele keta, odenke bo, mo gba fura lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mo gba àkàrà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mo gba gàrí lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mo dẹ̀ gba contract lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mo dẹ̀ gba what do you want to say? Mo dẹ̀ gba iṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Why did he do that? When it came to his own turn that they were trying to jeopardize his own interests, why did he come up? But when the administration was jeopardizing the interests of Nigerian people and my people, Yoruba people, this bastard did not say anything. And you said I should not blame him. You guys should just think well. Don't defend indefensible. Yoruba don't defend if it's indefensible. We are upright people. We are very straightforward people. And we call spade a spade. And we say the truth to power. What am I going to lose? What am I going to lose in saying how do I say in attacking him or trying to hold him responsible as part of this, as one of those that brought this failure on us? What am I going to lose? Is it not the truth? We should stop defending indefensible. For God's sake, if you're a Yoruba man, don't defend nonsense. This man was part of these people that destroyed this country. We might not have country again by next year. Where do you want to go? Where do you want me to go? How would I be able to go and visit my people back home? I have a lot of people that wanted to travel now, but they're scared because they're scared that they don't know what is going to happen to them. We just treated the matter of this guy that one of us from Maryland took a lot of money back home, built an hotel business. What happened to him? Criminal caught him or bandit caught him, took him to the bush, killed him. Killed the girl that was working with him, killed these people that took money to them to release him, killed them too. What are you talking about, man? One man, let me just go to somebody else.
Sorry, I muted myself as usual now, still talking. So I'm saying thank Ajanle Koko. So the one thing that you get with Ajanle Koko, and seeing all of the time that I've known Ajanle Koko, and it's been quite a while now, Ajanle Koko, we hang out every single day. The one thing that I've observed about Ajanle Koko is honesty. When Ajanle Koko is telling you something, he's telling you that that is the way he sees it, and that is the way he feels it. And if you prove him wrong, he will give it up immediately. Oh, and that is the integrity of the man. So, of course, often instances I don't agree, especially in this instance, I don't agree with Ajanle Koko's commentaries, but certainly the honesty that he uses to express it, that is beyond question. So thank Ajanle Koko for that. I'll go on from Ajanle Koko to Enigmatic, but before I go on to Enigmatic, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. RB earlier on, it says if Obi puts the country first, he won't be VP to Atiku. So there it is. You know, we've had instances, RB, on this platform. I think it was one of those half brains that go on Niger Watch. One of them came here and was telling us that Peter Obi did not know that Atiku bought the 2019 ticket, even though Dunyo Kukwe was telling us that the ticket was bought. So this is the sort of thing that they do. It says if Obi puts the country first, he won't be VP to Atiku. But then, of course, we know how that space plays. And Alexander Gomez, of course, to Ajanle Koko, says Ajanle Koko needs to rule now because it will be okay, I assure you. So Ajanle Koko is a man that wears his heart on the sleeves. It tells you as he feels it. So thank you for the super chat. As we go on from Ajanle Koko to Enigmatic Handu. So, is it Hundi? So Enigmatic Hundi. So Enigmatic, you are up next. And to the space, you can start from the commentaries that we have been running, and then segue into murdered Niger Republic citizens. Buhari tell Igbo leaders to speak out. So you recall, of course, a few days ago, the Southeasterners fed up. They surrounded these people in their camps and did away with about 8 or so of them. So it looks as though the people that they did away with in the Southeast, they're actually people from Niger Republic. So this seems to have rankled Buhari somewhat and is threatening another Python dance for the Southeast. But don't put on your dancing shoes, so put on a bulletproof. Anybody can do.
All right, thank you, one man. First of all, let me appreciate everyone here. And I want to instructively say that I do respect everyone's opinion, the way you want to believe. Dissenting opinions are actually part of the ingredients of good political discourse. Okay, we are all matured and then we are all very passionate about Nigeria's interest. Baba Ajanle Koko, may God continue to strengthen you and may God continue to bless you. You are a father, and then I respect your opinion, I respect your views. Of course, I could be, not be on the same table with you, on the same lane as you think. But may God continue to, strengthen you, inshallah. So, what is happening in Nigeria is quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate that we find ourselves in this kind of situation. It's quite unfortunate that we have the kind of leadership that we have in all spheres of Nigeria's, frontiers. Every area is bad. We know that. Economy is in anything you want to talk about in Nigeria is bad. Does it start from this administration, or is it going to end with this administration? I would basically say no. Government is continuum. Where one starts, the other. Where one stops, the other starts. But if we continue to apportion blame here and there, then we may not even get to start, the redefining moment of Nigeria's, polity. If I've spoken in a certain way that you do not understand, I'm sorry, I don't mince my words, and I'm very, very clear about what I say. and I've said it over and over here, we are all talking about politicians, basic politicians. In all the countries that we all reside in, there are politicians there. You shoot where you belong. In America over here, there are Republicans and there are Democrats. In the UK, they have conservatives and the Labour, I guess. So what I will say about Tinubu's matter, I will not say much. I will just say, let's leave everything to God, and Nigeria is not going to fall. I'm very sure of that. Nigeria will not disintegrate. I'm very sure of that.
Do you think, Enigmatic, do you think Tinubu is held to a unique and peculiar standard? Do you think he's held to a standard that is not applied or applicable to any other person in Nigeria?
One man, to be very honest with you and be very factual, you've been moderating this panel for a while. Before I joined this panel, I listened almost on a daily basis for more than 9 months before I actually came on board. And I see during Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, all those Biafra days, I see the way they ruffled you, and I listen to all the narratives, and that's why I take some people less serious now when they make some pronouncements. Okay, we are all students of politics. Some of us may be very young, but we've seen a lot when it comes to politics. I have been one of those who is privileged to have lived and to have visited several parts of Nigeria. In Nigeria alone, before I left, and even when I go back home, I've visited more than 26 states in Nigeria, and I know a lot of them like the back of my hands. So when I'm saying certain things, I may not really say much, but I know the politics. If I do not know the politics of anywhere in Nigeria, I know the politics of the Southeast very well, and the South. And when people are making certain pronouncements, I know where they tilt and I know where they go. Look, this is not about Tinubu. This is just about his personality. I know a lot of people who have never been to Lagos more than once, maybe to go for shopping, and they come back 2 days after. But when they make pronouncements about this man, you probably think they've known him for years. But when you make pronouncements about certain folks, within their own space, they blow up. Everything is about this. It's about this. Not yet.
Hold on.
Not yet, bro. Not yet.
I'm asking one man, please.
Okay.
Sorry. Let Enigmatic. Let him flow for a bit.
I'm just gonna ask him one question.
So when.
Sorry, Enigmatic. Okay, flow for a bit and then take that insertion. Go on.
Okay. When they want to speak about this man, they speak of him as if is coming from another planet, like he's not a politician like every other politician. I've said it over here. In one breath, do not tell me Atiku is a thief and Obi is a saint. Do not tell me Tinubu is a thief and Obi is a saint. They are all in the same business. They are all in the same public glare. And I always say the only person I will hold in a different standard is Omoyele Sowore. He has always come forward, with his plans. He has always come forward to say what he wants for Nigerians and for Nigeria, right? I was watching a video today when he was giving a lecture about the looters in Nigeria. I was in this Southeast for 5 years. I've lived over there. I have business over there. So I know their politicians. Go to Anambra State, go to Imo State, go to Abia State, go to all those states. We accommodate everybody in the Southwest, but we have never done enough. But when they want to talk about certain people, they talk about them in a different light. Okay, so like I said again, I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. They are all the same. They are all the same. They are all in the same boat. They are all thieves. They are all part of the ruining class, the ruining political class of Nigeria. They are all part of the establishment. The only one who is not part of the establishment is Sowore, this new guy in SDP. If you want a change for Nigeria, if you want new folks, a paradigm shift for Nigeria, be looking towards Sowore, be looking towards that guy in SDP, I don't know his name now, be looking towards those guys. All these guys, they will go to IBB, they will leave IBB, they will go to Abdul Salam, they will go to all these guys that have ruined Nigeria to where Nigeria is, and you tell me they are different, you are holding them in different light. No, they are all the same, bro. I don't believe all those things. So when you are saying your thief is better than my thief, or my thief is better than your thief. That is hypocrite. That is the height of hypocrisy over there. I do not believe that. So my position remains. All of them are the same, and they're all seeking for political offices. They will do whatever, they will say whatever that they can to get them into their offices. And that's it.
Enigmatic, you are aware that Afenifere have also made statement about Tinubu. You are aware. I forgot the guy's name. He went to jail during.
Are you aware that Ulasi made statements about Obi? Are you aware of that? Are you aware the previous governor? What is his name? This guy that just left made several pointed facts about Obi. Are you aware of the fact that Obi is one of the most shambolic governors in Anambra State? Are you aware of that? So if you are going by that, when you want to click and bait on all those cliches, everybody can do that too.
No, I'm saying that there's a consensus on Tinubu that has nothing to do with tribe. Even Showore has made statements about Tinubu. It rhymes.
Have you seen Tinubu before?
Sir, please. Let me just land. It's gonna take me 1 minute. Then you talk. It's your turn. As a matter of fact, I'm just trying to ask you a question. Now, Afenifere, they didn't come to Lagos one day to shop. They live there. They know Tinubu just as much as you do, if not more.
But I'm telling you, those who know Peter Obi too.
Okay,
I'm telling you, those who know Peter Obi, and I know Peter Obi very well, very well. I've met Peter Obi more than 21 times. More than 21 times.
Let me just.
So you may be speaking on Peter Obi when you read him on the books. I've seen him more than 21 times.
I'm not talking about Peter Obi right now.
Okay.
I'm only.
You cannot put Obi and Igige on the same pedestal, and I will take you serious.
Hold on. I'm not discussing any of those. I'm taking.
Okay. Why are you discussing one now? You are not discussing all that because they are all thieves. If you want to discuss all of them, discuss them on the same platform. On the same platform.
Let's be organized.
Let him talk, please.
I may not be able to answer him because that's my opinion.
Okay, but hold on.
You may say what you want to say. Okay, I may choose not to even have a conversation with you. What about that?
Let me put like a statement. You don't have to answer. Let me put it.
Okay. What about that?
1 second. I'm saying you made a statement that people come from parts of Nigeria and they spend 1 day in Lagos. They go shopping. That what they say should be discounted. And I agree with you on that. But I'm saying those who live with Tinubu are Afenifere. Somebody has to have a mental illness.
Do you want to hear about the politics of Afenifere if that's where you want to go? Do you want to hear about that?
Yeah, okay.
Do you know what Nnamdi Kanu said about this same Peter Obi and also some people in the Southeast? If you want to take it to that regional level, I can take you there, bro. Do you know what myself said about Nnamdi Kanu? I mean, about Peter Obi. If you want to go there, do you know the politics of Afenifere? Do you know their politics? You don't know. So do not base your argument on that. That is flawless, and that is very tiring. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so like I was saying before, if you would just limit your remarks to those kind of generalities, if the show where you cited have even worse things to say about Tinubu than the Southeasterners that you're.
When he said something about Peter Obi, you know what they said. You know what this obedience did.
Yes,
over the internet.
I know, but please.
Everything Simon Masheye said about Peter Obi the other time, I saw all of them crying over the social media. It was almost 95% accurate.
Okay. I'll let you have your time, and then I'll talk later on. I just wanted to
thank you so much.
Remind you this. Okay, sorry about that.
Enigmatic, can I correct you on a place you are defective? Just a correction. Omar, do you allow me to just make a retro correction?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. Enigmatic, you can.
Yes, sir.
You can criticize.
Okay.
Constructive criticisms are allowed. But whenever you speak, don't come and say the people from the Southeast always criticize Tinubu. The people from Southeast. If you say people from Southeast, it means that you are including anybody that comes on this platform from the southeast.
Yeah, if you feel so, I'm sorry about that. That's just my opinion, bro.
And again, no,
if you feel
because
so, that's it.
No, whenever you come here, you say people will always say they hate Tinubu, especially people from the southeast.
But that I just told you, if you feel so, I'm sorry, but that's what I know and that's what I believe.
So it's very wrong because
well, to me,
I have
not.
always, like for instance, I have always come here and said Showole is a fine guy. He's a fine man. He has things to offer to this country. So when you are doing argument,
Soludo is a great man. He's a fantastic man. I will vote for Soludo any day, anytime.
Another thing I also want you to also understand.
Don't come here and be telling me Peter Obi is.
Another thing
I know him so much, bro. I've met this guy more than 21 times.
It's not about meeting him or not meeting him.
Because not just ordinary meeting him. I schooled in Anambra State. Okay, he comes to Fadaide's place every time. When he was governor, every time, even in Gigi, all of them. Uba.
It's not about meeting him in Fadaide's place or Baka's place. This is not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying then?
So what I'm saying is that if you're making claims, it has to be tangible claim. You have to be sure of what saying.
What tangible claim? Hold on a second. What tangible claim have you made over here about a single? Okay, everything everybody wants to continue to say is, all of a sudden, some people say Tinubu is a drug baron. You live in America.
Have I said that Tinubu?
No, I'm not saying you are saying that, but that is the narrative. Everybody carries that, and then they want to use that as a narrative.
When you say everybody,
okay? Because I see the pushback over. I see the pushback over here every time. When we mention Pete, not even Obi yet, everywhere goes into flame.
When you say everybody,
goes into flame. I mean, I have respect. I have respect for Southeast people. I have respect for the friends I have among them. But when the facts come, when res ipsa locutor, the fact speaks for itself. When we are speaking about the fact, you guys will let it fly. I'm not just trying to come over here to cover ourselves with stuff like that.
When you say everybody, the clip everybody makes.
Okay, when I say everybody, if you put yourself within that everybody, that's what you think and that's your business. I'm sorry about that.
When you say everybody, I think it could be better understood than saying Southeast always does that. Southeast this, Southeast that. As if to say it's only Southeast that does that.
My thing is, the people you guys have been slaving for 23 years, they threw you under the bus, conspired and gave another northerner something, and everybody is mad about the other person. You guys are mad at the wrong guy. You are not even mad at the person who actually cheated you and shade your guy away, shade him out of PDP. How is that our problem? How is that somebody's problem? When we are talking of politics, we go by the figures. But when you come out with the figures, they say, oh, it is not written well. It is not read well. Bring out a video. Bring out a tape. But you guys will not say, just click and bait about anybody from the Southwest, it's okay. That person is a thief unnecessarily without even going further. So, bro, let's leave this narration and let me move to another topic, please.
Okay.
I don't want to be
all right. Let's move on to another topic. And let's move on to the topic. Let me take you to Sanwo-Olu, who announces that the intra-city rail service will commence in the first quarter of next year for Lagos. So the red line and the blue line to be operational, near completion already. And of course, with things like this, they have to test it thoroughly to sweat it as hard to see that it's fit for purpose. So those services now are upstream from the first quarter of next year. Good news, would you say?
Very, very good news. And I pray that this continues, and then probably it goes further to other states in the country, south, north central, and the whole of the north. So everybody can take care and develop their land, so that at least probably they can even decongest Lagos, because at the end of the day, these guys are making an effort to make Lagos what it should be, to make Lagos the transformational, city it should be, the 21st century city it should be. But the more they try to do that, the more they try to tell them, no, you are not doing this. You are not, but good enough. I hope and I pray that the whole of Nigeria will see security, will see succor, and will see the blessings of God, so that other governors can put their money where their mouth is.
You know this sort of service, it should really be in places like River State, etc., where is awash with money and it's such a small land mass. You know, places like River State, all these Delta Creek areas, that they get this 30% derivatives. Those places, we should be traveling there instead of going to London. But then what do we see? We see Wike carrying bags of money all over the place, looking for people to bribe.
You know, when I speak like this, sometimes it feels like probably I'm getting confrontational sometimes, and that's part of the reason that really rise me up. One man, look, with due respect to everybody and to the elderly ones over here, when you know certain things, when you know the facts, and they're trying to twist the fact for you, especially when you've been on the ground, it gets your head. There is no River State, Delta State, Akwa Ibom State, Cross River State. They shouldn't have business with poverty. They shouldn't. But the little they make, regardless of even the population friendly they have, if they have the half of population that Lagos has today, then we can understand. They do not have any of those challenges that Lagos is having. But at the end of the day, when those guys who are putting things together in Lagos are doing that, they don't give them the credit. When I say it all over again, I lived in that East for years, and I know what is happening over there. Why are they not holding their politicians to ransom? Why are they not holding them in jugular instead of blaming somebody else for their problems? This is what I'm saying. There was a guy who did not get allocation for good 4 years, and nobody will say something, but people are getting allocation almost on a monthly basis. One man, have you been to an Abia State before? Have you traveled to Abia State before?
I wouldn't want to. Why would I want to?
Look, there's a reason why somebody will say go and verify, because he knows 9 out of 10 of Nigerians does not even know the road to that place. He said they should go and verify it. 9 out of 10 Nigerians doesn't know their way to Anambra State or to Abia State. But 9 out of 10 Nigerians, they've been to Lagos. They have a family in Lagos. They have something to do in Lagos, even if they've never been to Lagos in their life. When they are traveling out of the country, they probably stop by in Lagos. But when you say go and verify, and you verify, it is shambolic. When you try to say it, they say you hate them. How are we all okay? We say we should talk about Nigerians. This is Nigeria matter. If you want to talk about that, I sent you some stuff, and I have a ton of them. I was there. So when you say, like I say, they are all thieves, but at least do something for your people. Do something for your people. You may say anything about Wike today, but Wike is trying his best in River State. River State and Delta State. Delta State over there, Okowa is not doing nothing. He has tons of money, but he's just wasting everything. He just took 200 billion naira loan for nothing. So when we are saying we want Nigeria to grow, do not focus on just only one person. You are a technocrat, one man. We are all technocrats over here. I'm not feeding from any politician. I'm not looking forward to any politician. We live abroad. We see the way life is over here. You want to make a transition from one career to another career, you make it effortlessly. In Nigeria, you cannot do that. Do you think we don't have businesses in Nigeria? We have businesses. We have families. We have friends. We support people over there. Am I happy with what is happening in Nigeria? Of course not. But do not cherry pick your own thief and think all the other thieves are worse. They are all thieves. That's what I'm saying. And when all these resources are being channeled into the right places, at least we know, let's give this thief, a head on and say, good job.
Well, what did you say you sent me? Is it the one that you sent me, the one that was saying Peter Obi is a killer?
I'll send them again. Funny enough, each time I try to avoid this man's conversation, because each time you bring it up, everything you will hear is you are tribalistic. But they want the fact, but when you throw them the fact, they come back with subliminal tirades. They don't want it.
I will play what you did send me, but before I play that, let me read Jafar's super chat, which is sent in to admonish you that that you have been a bit excessive. So this is Jafar. He says enigmatic is unnecessarily being confrontational, despite the fact that he's on point in his submission. Chill, bro. So chill. Enigmatic, go have a glass of water. Enigmatic is being unnecessarily confrontational.
No, that's
on point.
When that law part of me kicks in, that's how it is. But I'm very chilled, bro. I'm very, very chilled. I mean, we are all Nigerians.
You are many things, so chilled is not one of them. We've never seen you chilled on this platform.
Really? Well, probably because I just detest the double standard and the lies. You know, I don't like pathological liars. Do not defend your own liar.
That's a bit excessive. Don't going like that. But let me play you the clip that you did send in, and then you talk us through what we are seeing, and then I'll go on from you to Pansat. No, I'll give you one more talking point, and I'll go on to Pansat, but condensed for time. But this is the clip. I think this is the clip you are referencing.
While we continue to condemn SARS, we must also understand that the system may be complicit in it. Because in my own case, at a certain point, CSC James Wife of Okusas had to tell my lawyer, Professor Namumeweke, that he is not the one holding me. That is the P2B's administration. So, in as much as they commit atrocities there, let us not isolate the whole SARS development strictly on SARS, because it has to be a collective responsibility. That is what I can say on that.
Yes, I was just going to come in there because you mentioned that it was under P2B's administration. So at least from your own perspective, would you then say that the SARS issue, as we all seem to be appreciating now, is one that has transcended several administrations? It's not one that is unique to one administration?
Exactly. When you now talk about Anambra State, the whole what you might call activities of SARS started from the shooter site order P2B issued during the time of Masop. So he gave them the ample latitude to slaughter indiscriminately, killing without thinking, killing without investigation, because that shooter site provided a blanket cover for the killings. That was during the time of Ezu River. Ezu River, if you remember Ezu River. That Ezu River, most of those victims were Masop members, but which was later suppressed. Yes, it was suppressed. I know it was suppressed. And so, like I was saying, it's not really, we say SARS. But there's always a genesis. There's always a factor that creates a latitude whereby a SARS officer will tell you, I'll kill you and nothing will happen. The only way you can say that is if it's a cover, if it's protected, if there's a latitude. I'm talking about Anambra State case. As I'm talking to you today, 140 people at Anambra State SARS panel, out of the complaint, 140 people has been said to have been killed by James Nwafo under P2B's administration.
So that was the clip you sent in. So do you want to talk us through that, enigmatic?
Yeah, what this actually speaks to directly is just like the double standard I always say. You asked me a question earlier that are they holding somebody like Tinubu, on a different standard than everybody else? And I said, obviously, it's very clear to everybody. This issue of this SARS issue that happened in Anambra State, there was a report, a white paper report that was gazetted out. It's never out up until now. And then when we try to pontificate about somebody who is as dirty as everybody else, and you just want to, deodorize him like he's an angel, then that functions hole into everything you think you stand for, because that will give some other folks to, that energy to go and deep more about this guy. So that I try as much as possible not to make him a topic at all, because it's not worth it, except those, because when you speak about him, there are two languages they will use for you. You are a tribalist. You don't like Obi, you don't like this and you don't like that. But it is okay in the same breath for them to say that. In the same breath, they will say Atiku is a thief. Same that breath, they will say another person who was a vice president to him, almost a vice president, is an angel. So when you look at all these situations and you want to speak about that, and you look at where they are going, and you try to let them understand the fact that we should hold these people, account on the same level, no double standard. But they say, oh, you do this and you do that. That's just basically.
All right. All right. Let me take you to this final space, and then I'll go on from you to Pansat. So to this space, then everywhere you look, we're in trouble in that country. United States Governor Bagudu close to deal on $140 million Abacha loot. So the governor of Kebbi State, of course, was the bagman for Atiku for Abacha when he was looting endless billions of naira from the Nigerian coffers. And I can say this factually because this is established as a fact. A lot of the recoveries that they are getting is via him, and he, of course, is either him and Mohammed Abacha or him. So this money now that's been ring-fenced in the United States, the Nigerian government is actually negotiating that it should just give a little bit back and keep the rest. So corruption, this is something that is going to be the death of that country. And it also speaks to how wealthy that country is, that they've not ruined it already.
One man, corruption is an existential threat in Nigeria. Generally, everybody knows that. And then there's nothing you can do to curb corruption, especially if you have the same set of politicians, recycling themselves every political cycle or every political season. And that is why I was earlier advocating, secret to what I said earlier, we have to advocate for new folks, new blood. When we are talking of new blood, we are not talking of all this Peter Obi, all this Tinubu, because they're all in this. I see all of them, in the same boat. Let's advocate for some new guys who can do something, realistically to change the system, to drive a dramatic transformative ideas into certain things like this. This guy right here, Bagudu, I think almost a month ago or 2 months ago, during the time of APC's presidential primaries, I said they will all queue behind Tinubu to ensure that he becomes the president, because they are safer with him than anyone else. These guys are getting out of office. This is the same guy that almost made Malami the governor. He wanted Malami to be his successor, but it didn't work out because Malami gave him a good deal. This guy should be in prison in America now, but he
actually did 6 months.
He did 6 months in Texas, yes, in Texas. But the case was supposed to go further. But when he came to Nigeria, you know how it is, bro.
Yes, they released him to Nigeria for prosecution. But instead of prosecution, they put him in the state house.
In the state house, and then he's married to I think Abu Salami or Babangida's daughter, either of those. So what I'm saying in essence is, it takes me back to the statement I made earlier that your thief is better than my own thief. Then it means you are a thief too. That is hypocrite, right? Because every corruption cases that has been going on under Buhari's administration, I think this administration should be one of the most corrupt. What happened under Jonathan is like a tip of an iceberg. But in Buhari, that lady that you saw the other time that was doling out funds, Sadiya Farouk. He was almost Buhari's wife. He was.
Yes. Remember when they were trying to use her to bully Aisha? Yeah.
Yes. So that woman, she's stinkingly rich now. So until you belong to them or you are one of them as one of those thieves, there's nothing you can do. Is Nigeria getting better, or is it going to get better in the next maybe 2023 or beyond? I can't say, but I pray so that he does. Because if we still have the same set of politicians that we have, bro, I don't really think there will be much changes. If we think we want a transformative ideas, we should look for the new guys. But this guy, there's nothing will happen. He will cut a deal as long as it's not a drug charge, as long as it's not a drug case. America does not do any deal. I'm talking from the legal perspective now. They do not do any legal deal, plea bargain or whatsoever. If you have a drug charge, you must go to prison. Regardless of your status in the society, you must go to prison. So when they cut a deal for you, it could be on financial laundering or from other issues, but not on drug. So this guy will cut a good deal with them. He will probably go back to the Senate, belong to APC, and everything will be covered up. That will be the end of it, and that's the sad reality in Nigeria now.
All right, brilliant. Welcome.
One man, can I interject for 30 seconds?
Oh, go on.
Yes. Enigmatic, I think
yes,
maybe
sir.
You are not here. We have substantiated that Tinubu is not corrupt. So I
Who is
think
this? Thomas, right?
Substantiated that.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. You have to listen before you talk.
Go on. Just go on, please.
We have substantiated that Tinubu is not corrupt. Some sessions ago, they said Peter Obi is with AFCC. And some people said, has he been convicted? We said no. And I even asked them, has Tinubu has been convicted? They said no. So all of them are in the same box. All of them, they are not corrupt. That's just my interjection.
Is it Thomas, right?
Yes,
it's
yes.
a different standard for Tinubu, though.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, bro.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Yeah, I think it was a back-to-back whatever between you and Jewel that day. Look, and this is what actually I say, right? Under the law, there's always a room for allegation. If the allegations is not resulted to a conviction, then it is just on the premise of fallacy, and then until it becomes something that will take you back to prison, then it is just a conjecture of ideas. But when you got to that state that day, they said no. Has he been convicted? You said no. Okay, has Tinubu been convicted of any crime up until now? Has Atiku been convicted of any crime up until now? Has any one of them been convicted of any crime? The answer is no. So what does that make all of them? It makes them what? It means they are just civil guys like us. They don't have any baggage. Let's leave it at that. But do not say somebody is a thief when you question the conviction status of other person when it comes to yours.
Enigmatic, can I say something?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
You and one man, both of you do something here that, for me, I find it very, 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 very biased, I would say.
Okay.
On this same platform, one man's platform here, we bash Obi, like something else here. But whenever we bring up this issue of Tinubu, you people put up kind of defense I don't even understand sometimes. It makes me sometimes I wonder, are you guys being paid to come on this platform?
All right, we're being paid. No. What sort of ridiculous are you being paid? Are you on Niger Watch? Are you? Look, we don't want to be paid to comment here.
I'm only saying this. I'm only saying this. You can tell me
when somebody has an opinion. He's being paid. He's being paid.
Yeah, I get paid, bro. I get paid in dollars.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Finish? Can I finish?
Yeah, but keep the level high now. What's this? Are you being paid?
What's the level high? What level high?
Yeah, not pedestrianized comments like "Are you being paid?"
I gave you a different scenario here. That you see that you people are supporting him, or you are being paid, or
all right, okay, we are being paid. So do you want a cut of it? Is that what it is? All right, thank you. Let's go on to Fansat. I really no. I detest it pedestrianized the conversation.
You are very good at using some certain words.
Can I, one man, please? Can you just
hold on?
Can I interject one minute?
Let me land.
What is you being paid all this time? I think you said the last time you
can I interject?
You will tell me you are not, or you tell me.
Why would I tell you? Am I an idiot? Am I an idiot to be telling you that I wasn't paid?
It's up to you, but then.
Okay, thank you.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Rational mind. Rational mind. Hold on.
Last time you were saying I was paid by article.
Rational mind. Hold on. Rational mind. Rational mind. You are trying to make a good point, but that statement you made that whether you people have been paid mess up everything. You just need to withdraw that statement, but make your point. I know where you are going. And you are coming up with a very, very good point. So you can, withdraw that statement that whether you people are being paid. Nobody is being paid here.
Well,
But you are making a good point.
To accuse me of being paid by Atiku.
You are making a good point. So you can just say, oh, okay, just withdraw that statement and then continue on what you are trying, where you are driving at.
Let me continue. Let me just start off. Continue.
Okay.
Now, my point I'm trying to make is that we bash this guy, Obi here, and whenever we bring up this issue of Tinubu, it's like, oh, maybe we hate him, or especially myself whenever I talk about Tinubu. That is why if you've noticed for some time now, even when you talk about Tinubu here, I don't really want to talk much because I think a lot of people on this platform knows my opinion on that. So we should see it from that light that everybody that's put himself out there for political office should be ready to accept or to be criticized. So if anybody's criticizing anybody here, either Tinubu, either Obi, we should not kind of like spin things around like, oh, is it because it's Tinubu? Is that why we're talking about Tinubu? Is that why? No, we talk about Obi here. I wouldn't say to you, one man, that we bash Obi here more than in recent times. We'll be bashing Obi here more than even we bash Tinubu. So let us not bring this whole line of this line. I would say, oh, is it because it's Tinubu now? No, we bash both of them. That's what we should all understand here.
No, but I think you're mistaken in that thought. Okay, you want me? Okay, I agree with you. All right.
Can I respond to him a second, please?
Sorry. Do you mind enigmatic? What is this now? What's going on? I think you are mistaken in that thought. Because if you heard my conversation with Enigmatic, I was asking him if Tinubu is being held to a different standard than others. Tinubu is a crook. We used to call him Jagaban of GBT on this platform all of the time. Tinubu is a crook. He's a hardened criminal. He has been stealing all of his life. You know, is it Fatai Williams that was contesting Lagos with him in 1999? The mystery around the death of that guy is still something that Bode Church is talking about. You know, during the Buhari campaign in 2014, there was a lot of killings that a lot of people attributed to that APC camp to try and vest it upon the. So the guy is the worst of the worst, Tinubu. So there's no equivocation about that, and that is not in contention in this space. But Peter Obi equally is a criminal. He is a criminal. But then these people come here and try and pivot that some saint. You were here when Teobala was telling us that Peter Obi left PDP because he did not know that they were buying votes. So that is the sort of thing that leads to the sort of pushback against that space. So we concede. I won't say we, but I concede that Tinubu is a criminal. You've heard me say severally, but I insist that Peter Obi is equally criminal. And that is where the pushback comes back. So I'm not sure how you listen, but this is what I say all the time.
I think what Rational Mind is saying is that the way you come out with your defense for Tinubu is kind of partial to him. You don't defend Peter Obi like that. He's looking up to you.
Tinubu is being held to a different standard.
No, hold on one man. If you are defending one, there's nothing stopping you from defending the other. But if you are one-sided, that makes you look as taking side.
No, I wouldn't suggest that.
That is the way it look.
Well,
to Rational Mind, and I believe it look like that to a lot of people.
Well,
watching you or watching this platform. So Rational Mind is just telling you. Rational Mind is just telling you to be moderate. What is good for goose is always good for gander. But the defense you always put up for Tinubu make you look as if you are supporting Tinubu.
I don't support Tinubu. Anybody that comes on this platform and listens for a minute, they'll see that a lot of this is a very nuanced view. All the time I say that Atiku has the best plan for the country. All the time I say that. I think people hear me say that often enough to know that I do say that. Everybody know that when this cycle started, I was trying to champion Kingsley Moghalu, but it didn't go anywhere. So everybody hears me call Tinubu corrupt and a looter. So everybody knows that. But there's two things: the over-embellished selling of Tinubu and the of Peter Obi, and the outlandish attempts to criminalize Tinubu. Tinubu is criminal enough; he doesn't need additional criminalization. So it's the balance of the two that I try to straddle. So that's my attempt. If it comes across the wrong way, then that is what I'm actually looking to achieve. And please, all this stuff of you've collected money, maybe you've been paid, it's just silly. It's just silly now.
Leave matter.
Please give me the opportunity to reply.
No,
please.
I want to move on because it's going to get Okay, go on. Just a couple of minutes. Yeah.
So what's his name again? With due respect,
Rational Mind.
Rational Mind. I do appreciate your frustration, okay, and I do appreciate your whatever you think, but I was specifically.
Mr. Man, I'm not frustrated. Don't use that word, frustration. I mean, what is that now?
Okay.
Don't patronize me now.
Okay, I was specifically, making assertions to certain questions, and if you feel in a certain way, I can't help it. I have an opinion, and I stand by my opinion. Okay, I stand by facts and specifics. Sometimes it does not just happen over here. This platform is a kumbaya platform that glorifies just one person. I won't be here. I see intellects over here, and I see people who can speak out of out of their conscientious mindset. That's why I'm here. I've tried to say something over on a certain platform, and they call me Agbero. Okay, and I try to tell them, you call these people Agbero before you say anything. It's an Agbero. When you go to every state in the country, there is a motor park. In that motor park, who are those people there? They are Agberos in different parts of the country. But the way you treat your Agberos are quite different. If your governor does not know how to manage his own Agbero, and then your governor does different things, that is his own problem. But I'm not here to speak. I try as much as possible, okay, to avoid speaking about this man, because what they will tell you is, he's criticizing us. But how would I say Atiku is a thief? Tinubu is a thief. Kwakwanso is a thief. When I say Obi is a thief, and you are mad, what is wrong with them then? Is he a saint? Is he not a thief like all others? If he's not a thief, why was he running with a thief? So why would you want me to hold him to a different standard than everybody else? He's a politician. He has stolen. He's a thief like every other criminal, and he remains a criminal. Period.
All right. We must move on because of time. But let me just cite this example. A classic example will be Tinubu's Muslim ticket. So I think anybody that is astute enough and cute enough in politics, they understand fully why Tinubu chose a Muslim running mate. I think anybody that has any political calculus, they understand that. But then the weight of the criticism, it's a slight on the Christian. No, it is not. It is not. It is to give himself the best chance to fulfill an ambition. That gives him the best pathway, both in terms of what is available to him within his party and also to the politics of the country. I think anybody with a political calculus understood why Tinubu picked a Muslim running mate, and all of the permutations in politics hints in that even before he chose it, we were saying on this platform, he had no way to go. So if people are coming to say he should have chosen a Christian, then I, by obligation of knowing that the right thing was done, will have to counter back that the calculus indicates towards him having to choose that. So that's not me supporting him. That's just to say that no, that's just the only window that was open. But let's go on to Pansat. So we have to have a balanced thing and not be doing like Niger Watch and all this kind of yam head spaces.
Mama, I have to go now, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Please don't go. Please don't go.
Now that you've never rode everywhere.
Don't go, please.
It's not the way. You don't want to take your flogging from Pansat, you see?
Well, I'm still gonna say what I have to say. I give him a chance to stay. Anyway, thank you very much. It's my turn.
Oh yes, you're up next. You're up next, Pansat. So to the conversation, your contribution.
Thank you. Ndewono, my people. This platform, it's a very special platform. Even in the comment section, I've picked out a guy over there that I think is very bright. There's a couple of them, but Oga, somehow we have to get him to show up and add to this rebuilding this country, Nigeria. Mini Stable is also a very smart one over there. So there's a lot of people in the comment section. Sake, a lot of them, they're very concerned. I'm very impressed with Oga. I want to know a little bit more about him. But back to the conversation. Look, one man, I am willing to bet $1,000. I'm going to send it to you. If he accepts it, that's why I wanted him to stay. I want to show that Enigmatic is not a lawyer. He's not a trained lawyer. If he's licensed to practice law anywhere, I give him $1,000 to this.
Man, you're funny, man.
No,
why
but seriously.
You that?
No, let me tell you why I said that. Now, let me tell you, because I've happened to repeat this once in a while, okay, in the United States, and I think it's the same thing in Nigeria, because that's where we copied our shambolic constitution. Before somebody is convicted and called a criminal, the government has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. Once that's done, then that person is a criminal. That's the standard. It's a pretty high standard. That's true. But that's in a court of law. Now, there are other instances where somebody could be taken to court on a civil, which is what I propose for Nigeria. Sue these people. If Tinubu is taking money from the Lagos state government, as far as the statute of limitation hasn't run, take him to court, sue him civilly. It's a much lower standard, and that is the standard of pre-pandering
and
of
Peter
evidence.
Obi as well. If Peter Obi was
and
looting,
Peter Obi, there's an allegation against him. Anybody, that's now when I say that now, I really don't know how I can dispel the fact that I'm fighting for any particular tribe or any particular region in Nigeria. No, that's not what I'm doing.
Come on, Pansat, we've known you long enough. Come on, man.
Yeah, please. One man, I think it's unfair to you not to have your own turn to speak. You should have your own turn to speak so that you could also air your views. But please, let me get in my way.
Go on, carry on. But,
all right, so when
on.
Enigmatic, or even one man, when you say that, Tinubu is a criminal, he's been a crook all his life, he's stolen money, he's done this, he's done that, okay? And then, even though you don't show any proof, that's true, but you flip around and say equally, Obi is the same thing. Now, that's not fair. It's not right. In the court of public opinion,
so hold on. The same standard by which those appellations were ascribed to Tinubu are equally applicable to Peter Obi. It's a known crook.
That's a caveat. That's a caveat. Okay. Only if you meet another standard. All right. When it comes to the court of public opinion, you have to show a prima facie case at the minimum. If, for instance, Atiku comes to the United States and he commits he's alleged to have committed some kind of crime with, let's say, William Jefferson, and William Jefferson is convicted and goes to prison, a U.S. congressman goes to prison. Atiku is a conspirator in that case, and he runs to Nigeria. That standard, prima facie standard, has been met. The public could then ascribe all kinds of things to his name. So the same thing with Tinubu, who's hauled into the CCB. It's an acronym that I remember. I just can't find out. I can't remember what the whole thing means. It could be, I don't know. If anybody knows what CCB stands for in Nigeria, because it has a sister organization called CCT, the tribunal, but the CCB hauled him in and tried him. So he continues to be doing all that. The public have a right to make their decision on those kind of things. You are saying that Obi is a criminal. I don't think so. He hasn't. I mean, there's an allegation that he put away some funds in an island somewhere, right? I forgot what papers they call it. Stuff like that. He's answered. He's gone in front of the press, answered it. I don't think you could, even if you have a mental illness, say that Tinubu and Peter Obi are the same thing.
You don't use words like that now.
What I mean, it's not to any particular person. I'm saying generically. How could you even make that argument? You can't. But let me hottle on to the topic. What brought about all this brouhaha? Ajan Lekoko, a Yoruba man, if there's a Yoruba man on this panel or that comes on this show, is Ajan Lekoko. He's saying, what do I have to gain from protecting somebody like Tinubu? I'm not going to do it. What am I gaining from it? The Yorubas are taught to be upright, support what's true, and reject what's wrong. Things like that. Oh yeah, Code of Conduct Bureau, I think that's it. And then they have the Code of Conduct Tribunal or whatever. So I remember Tinubu holding with all kinds of allegations against him. So Ajan Lekoko made very key points. Who's going to fight with that? Somebody saying that our people, first of all, in this case is generic because Hausas have the same ethics, mores, Igbos have the same thing, Ejos, Bini, I don't care whatever, United States, Jamaica, nobody comes and say to their people, go and support the wrong thing, go and support the kingpin, the crook. All right, nobody does that. So the eponymous leader of the APC, Tinubu, okay, appellatively, that's who he is. You identify him that way. Denominatively, that's who he is. If the APC is doing very well, he will get credit for it. They haven't done well, so a lot of people are saying here, look, Ajan Lekoko in particular says, look, after 4 years, he should have come out and said, you know what, we made a mistake. This guy, his trajectory is not going to do what we wanted to do. We're going to challenge him and things like that. Okay, so he said that. But he cautioned something that I found to be quite interesting. He says, look, if you don't join now, then you're going to join in 2023 when Tinubu comes in there and the evo continues or actually speeds up. So, you know, cosmologically, time is an illusion. That's a clock. But all those things you think are going to come in 2023, they're happening now. It just hasn't happened to you. If you take a look at the people in the Benue region who are more associated with people in the north, they are getting killed. That's the problem with Nigeria. We don't have to wait until it comes to us. We have to do everything. But let me wait for the next question. I don't know how to address it, but people like my friend here, Thomas, enigmatic.
Please don't attack them.
I'm not attacking. I'm gonna make a statement of fact.
Yeah.
I like Thomas. You've heard me here say sometimes there is one quality about Thomas that he speaks his mind, what many people think. Some of us actually share some of those things. He speaks it. But one man, this forum, yeah, maybe you're not after money, you're not after viewership, you're not after watchers. I mean,
don't attack the platform either because you've done that severally.
Is that an attack?
I don't even know why I let you on anymore.
No, is that an attack?
It's actually Alexander Gomez that said I should try and let you on because but carry on.
No, I go to other platforms with Alexander Gomez, but was that an attack? I'm saying that.
No, I know where you're leading because you've made similarly before.
No, tell me, where am I leading?
Just go on. Just
okay,
do what
no, I'm saying that if we speak the truth here, okay, it's gonna be a whole lot better. Let's just put it that way. All right, go ahead. What's the next thing?
Yeah, but the truth is subjective, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Your subjective truth is different from other people's subjective truth.
No.
An opinion is not the truth.
No, the truth.
No, that's fine. Let me just move you on. Sanwo-Olu reaffirms completion of rail line project. Sanwo-Olu reaffirms completion by first quarter of 2023. So is that good news?
What I would like to do, for fairness, I'm gonna post. I want you to play a video. I don't have an opinion on that, so could you use this time to play a video just for equity sake, because you played a video for Enigmatic, I just posted the video. There's 2 videos I want to play. Could you use this time just to play like 2 minutes of it, and you could stop it?
I can't see any video that you've posted.
I posted on the chat section, on the private chat.
Let me hold on. I can't.
By the way, I sent you that video on your Instagram. I don't know if you got it. My handle on Instagram, it's Pray Broadcast.
No, I can't play this guy's video because he's going to copy strike me.
Who is that? Okay, on YouTube.
The BVI, yeah.
Okay, then let me post another one that's not from him here. This is another topic I was gonna go to, but the other one was quite interesting. Would have had fun with it because when I saw it, I was flabbergasted.
Is it to say that Adeleke speaks Igbo?
Yeah, very fluently. I was very
his mother is Igbo. His mother is Igbo. So
I had no idea. When I saw that, I was like, "What? We all won." I mean, this is interesting. But the second video
all right, I'll play a snippet of this. I've actually seen this. I was looking for it yesterday. When people were talking about innocent mottos and it's China-made nonsense. But let me play. I won't play it in the fullest because it's very quite long.
Yes. But, just the area where he spoke, yeah.
Where who spoke?
Adeleke.
Oh no, the other one you sent me is Babajide Otitoju going to the military
barracks. Oh yeah. Okay, you could play that one, but only where they show the equipment and the
yes, no, that's drones. Where I am.
Yeah.
That's
then I'll speak about that. Yeah.
All right. All right. Let me. I think Ajale Koko actually sent me this as well.
The Ezugu Emra features a double enclosed turret which can traverse 360 degrees and can mount all of munition in the inventory of the Nigerian Army. The driver's hull penetrating vision of the Ezugu Emra is mounted at the right-hand side, similar to the South African-made Rattle infantry fighting vehicle. The Ezugu military vehicles were inaugurated in the year 2019, named after the commander of the Nigerian Army Infantry Corps, Major General Victor Ezugu, the historian with a unique talent for designing military vehicles.
Okay, I guess we can move on if you want to from here.
Oh, okay, so why have you brought us that? You want to the Izo Abi? You want to do chest beating?
No, a little bit of that, but my main key point on this is that this DICOM, it's a Nigerian outfit company in Owerri that manufactures drones, military tanks. The one that's able to withstand the blast of all kinds of bombs from terrorists. So there is no reason why we cannot defend ourselves in that country. I was suggesting when I was at another forum earlier, the Niger Watch, that the southern governors should form a solid defense to stop our people from getting run over. So part of that defense has to come from this military way. So I would go ahead and take the other question. I just want you to know that we do have ability to manufacture our own equipment to ward off terrorists from outside.
Just like you did during the Civil War. All right, brilliant. All right. To the space then, U.S. Governor Bagudu close to deal on $140 million Abacha loot. So this guy, of course, a certified looter sitting in the State House in Kebbi State. So that's the Nigeria that we have.
Right. In this case, in the Bagudu case, it's not just Nigeria now that ought to be ashamed of itself. The United States, including the judge in the United States, Britain, they are treating this case like it's a civil matter, and it's not a civil matter. This Bagudu was the bagman for Abacha of all people and looted hundreds of millions of dollars and pounds. And these people are trying to cut a deal where he's going to get some of that money in Nigeria. and he has immunity in Nigeria, but he doesn't have immunity outside of Nigeria. So the United States ought to be ashamed of itself in this case. We always boast with how much we trust American jurisprudence and their courts. How can somebody be doing this? It's totally unfair. Okay, this guy is a governor in Nigeria, but the international community can get their hands on him, including this administration that's complicit in his fraud. The magnitude of that fraud is monumental. I mean, why even prosecute anybody else? Why? So they ought to be ashamed of themselves, especially in this country, in the United States. What a stain. It stinks to high heavens that you're going to be giving him time. I think it's November or whenever they set it up for him to come and accept $100 million or whatever given to Buhari to give him some of the money. It's just unfair. You know, it kind of makes me weak at the knee because this was a bastion that we're all, you know, relying on. When these people steal this money and come on this over here, especially the United States, will believe that at least they cannot get away. But here, he's getting away with it. If you don't throw this guy in prison, why prosecute anybody else? Because his case is clean cut. To reward him and give him that money, all right? America is actually going to hell, to be honest with you. This would have been unheard of many years ago. Nothing like this would have happened in the United States. But lately, everything's just being watered down. The country is going to hell. So it's not just Nigeria that share blame on this one. That goes to all of them, everybody involved in this case, including the judge here. He ought to be ashamed of himself.
All right, well put. So, murdered Niger Republic citizens, Buhari tell Igbo leaders to speak out. So it looks as though another Python dance might well be on its way to the east for reasons of killing people from Niger Republic that are killing the people of the southeast.
Right. Let him bring it on. You remember the song you play in the beginning of your show? There's Python Dance 1, Python Dance 1, 2, Python Dance 3. You know when you keep meeting Nnamdi in that case. They're just talking about Nnamdi, but you cannot defeat, ever cannot defeat good. If you want to bring Python dance, bring it on. But you can't have these tribes in Nigeria, including the Igbos, are not going to sit there where Nigerians come and take over our lands. I'm against killing extrajudiciously. I don't know the circumstances of that. I think I read a little bit of it. I am against killing anybody who's not resisting or fighting or hasn't been convicted of a crime. I'm against that. But at the same time, you can't do punishment by bringing military weight to our countrysides and bombing people. You can't win doing anything like that. That's why Buhari didn't know when to quit. I mean, if he thinks he's winning by making his tribe notorious and being hated by everybody in the country, so what is he gaining? He's not gaining anything. All right, the Fulanese, before he came and keep doing all this nonsense, enjoyed committee in all parts of the country. I remember when I was young, you know, they used to have a lot of them hanging around in our section of the country, and they were no threat to anybody. So to keep trying to force down, and in Nigeria, even though they're very, very slow to anger, there is no tribe in Nigeria you can take over. I can tell you that right now. Not the Yorubas, not the Igbos, not the Jaws, no tribe. Even the Hausas, when they've almost had enough, because I remember in those days, here's an interesting thing. In those days, when Igbos do something and they kill a Hausa man or any Muslim in the southeast, then over in the north, they're gonna hear over there because they're gonna start killing Igbos and doing this and doing that. They're not doing that anymore because
sorry, just use a different word other than that, killing, because okay. YouTube is starting to give me a warning. Yeah.
Okay. So if Igbo people for back home begin do away with our people from the north for our side, then for north they could do the same thing over there too. By that time they use the Kanuris, the Hausas to do their dirty deeds. But times have changed. Even with this Nigerians being killed, you don't see anything like that going up in the north. You know why? Because most Nigerians now, we're beginning to form a nation. We're beginning to say no to the bad actors and people from outside who want to destroy the country. So yeah, nobody's gonna sanction something bad. Just like I'm saying right now, I don't know how those 8 people were killed. I don't approve of anybody being killed extrajudiciously.
Don't that word.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
All right.
Answer. You
Yes.
say we're forming a nation. How are we forming a nation when we are? I mean, just because we talk about these things doesn't make us a nation.
Yeah, it's in the incipient stages. It's rudimentary. It's not just the beginning of it. Okay,
we cannot be a nation. Nigeria is a country of nations, not we cannot be a nation.
Right. I agree with you on that. I don't want to make that case like I am sure. I am saying it with a little grain of salt. A nation emerges sometime from a bunch of nations. If there's an amalgamation and we have a purpose, clear purpose, because it's funny. We're fighting about religion, all right? And most people don't understand how these religions came about. All right. So if you look at cosmologically how big this universe is, it's infinite. So a lot of us who are still in the 3rd dimension, and that's what we're dealing with, that it is assumed that certain civilizations came down here from 4th dimension and they have more technology than Earthlings. So that's how these religions emerged. So a lot of education is needed to bring the country together. We have to forge a nation from all these tribes. We have to at some point. So that's not a topic, it's a big topic, but there is no doubt that we're divided in the lines of tribes, but religion mostly. That's what it is. And I say that it's in the incipient stages, because like I cited a few minutes ago, when there's a Igbo mad. Do you understand Igbo when I say Igbo mad? One mad, do you know what that means?
No, I don't. Please enlighten us. Yeah.
If I do enlighten you, then it's gonna be flagged by YouTube.
All right. Okay.
Okay, that's what it means. So in those days, when there's a little violence here in the southeast, then the northerners will reciprocate, and it will just get out of hand. That's no longer happening. When somebody's get killed, they condemn it and they try to find out what happened. So that's, believe it or not, a giant step for Nigeria. And then when you look at people like the people from the Bini, I go to their platform, and they are aligning with people from the southeast, especially in the reasons why they want P2B. It's not just P2B. They want P2B because of XYZ. So they're no longer saying, you know what, we're closer to the Yorubas, we're not going to be with the Igbos and dominating. There's nothing like that going on. Where you go to the north, okay, you look at, you have, I can't remember his name before, Ministable is his name now. But he had another name when he used to come on the platform as a panelist. All right. So, and then you look at P2B's choice for VP. Oh, yeah, Jafar is his name. P2B's choice for VP. Have you listened to this guy? He's in many ways better than P2B. In many ways. He just hasn't been exposed yet. The guy is solid. Now, he's not a saint. But if you have those two come to play and then somehow get Showore in there, get some others, youths into this, Nigeria is going to be a different place. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. Now, the choice Nigerians will be making is, do you want steady supply of electricity 24 hours a day? Do you want people from diaspora to be able to come home safely? There'll be security in the country. you wouldn't have people running around killing people all over the place, because these two are not going to put up with that. If you want those things, you want P2B and the Baba Ahmed administration, you got to be proud Nigerian, period. If you don't want that, you want to maintain status quo, you could have any of the other two. The other two. Well, now, when I'm talking, I'm not putting Sorowere as up there. I am looking at Sorowere at some point to join P2B and the Baba Ahmed, right? That is a country we all gonna, then we start holding them accountable. Now, because of what we've been through, who in their right mind is gonna think otherwise? What do you want? Do you want Nigeria to survive? Do you want us to start? Because if they go out there, have Kaduna factories churning out a bunch of textiles, you go to other northern states and have agriculture happening. You go to Aba, you go all over the place, and they're manufacturing on nature, all that, and the ports in Lagos, doing. I hear one man kind of coughing, so it means it's time for me to.
No, it's just there's a lot that you are saying that I don't agree with, but I'm conscious that I seem to interject you often, so I'll just let you.
I'm using my time for you. Let's have a dialogue. Go ahead and ask me.
No, I don't want to have a dialogue because he always gets to. So you won't be surprised to say that most of what you said I find somewhat fanciful, but then
please
challenge
me, please.
It's no point. You just take us to the back of beyond, as you often do.
I'll try my best to do it with decorum. Go ahead.
No, don't worry. Just do the P2B thing, and then we go on. Yeah.
Okay. So I would let me just say to all Nigerians who are listening to me, I'm a nobody. I'm somebody. I'm comfortable in the United States, but we love Nigeria. We want peace. We want people to be doing better than they're doing back home right now. Even though, believe it or not, there's also a dichotomy between people who are schooling or who are working overseas and people at home. There's also a fight there. So that's a small fight. I want to put that away for right now. That's a fight between the tribes, Igbo, Yoruba. Look, Enigmatic is here. He talked. We have Igbos can do the same thing. I mean, there's no doubt about that. When I was growing up, there's nothing I enjoyed more than going to the cities. I grew up in the village. I'm beat up those people who drink tea and bread, those big men sons, like to whoop them because they're just fat and enjoying themselves in the city, right? They don't eat gari for breakfast like us in the village. So when I see people like Enigmatic running their mouth,
don't attack people now.
No, I told him to be here. He talked for a long time and he attacked everybody. Not only
he didn't attack anybody.
Case, I'm attacking him, but I'm not attacking his race. He has a lot of nerves. He can only do it here because he's under your protection. Do you think
that boy is under my protection? No, do this guy, man.
Think about it. Do you think that boy could?
How do that? Don't call him a boy now.
Baba Enigmatic. One man.
Baba Enigmatic. You see the issue because you know Alexander sent me a text that take it easy on this guy. Maybe he might have something to offer, but every time he comes on, it's always like this.
Alexander's my friend. We're about the same age, and I guess you youngsters don't understand. But go ahead to the next problem. If I violated you, then I'm sorry.
Sometimes you come off the way you come off. Sometimes I know this is, and if I want to say this is like maybe I'm anti-Igbo. There's a way you talk. It's no. You just need to mind. You don't know.
It's a tribesman. It's a tribesman. You cannot help but be a tribesman.
Some of us who are behind the cameras, who don't turn off our cameras, you might think even sometimes some of us sound as young. We're not as young as sometimes you think we are. And the way you are speaking condescendingly by just using this word that, like just what you just said a while ago. I mean, you need to mind the way you talk, please. Not everybody here.
All right. No problem. It's just that he went on and just talk. You know, every time an Igbo man talks, right? You don't know that it's like, oh, he's condescending. Oh, I'm not gonna vote for Obi. Well, look, too bad, right? Now this guy came up here for almost an hour he was berating, even people like, let me try to see his name here, because that's another thing. I can't see the panelist name again, but the guy that we say talks, I say I want to talk like him, I want to be like him, but he's getting beat up on the chin, right? This is a guy who tries to be nice on this platform. He's a good guy. God. Or Jewel, all those people.
All right.
Nice.
Oh God. All right. Thank
One
you,
man. Okay, sacrifice.
One man, Baba. Baba enigmatic. I know you're enigmatic, father. I didn't know.
Look at it. I better go and tell. I better go.
Already, I'm sleeping here. Already, I'm already sleeping.
All right, I'll end right there. Go ahead. Thank you very much, everybody on the platform. It's a great platform. I try to stay away from it, but it's interesting. So let's keep going. One man, just put up with it. Hold your nose. I'm doing the same for you. Trust me.
No, you don't have to. You're not obliged to be here.
No, what I'm saying,
obliged this you.
You
what do you
can't
mean you're
stand
holding
me.
your nose for me? If it offends you, then if it offends you, you have the option not to be offended by it.
No, but
I mean,
that's not what I said.
You're not under contract. Are you under contract?
By the way, I can do that. Don't get it twisted. I can do that.
Oh man, please, can we move on?
Why don't you? Why don't you? Why don't you do that rather than come here all the time to say how the place offends you? If it offends you, then just don't. What's going on? What's this?
It's not the same thing. In your case, you're doing the same thing. You're not Mr. Goody Two Shoes here. You have your. You get upset. You get upset, and you.
It is as it is. So if it's not to everybody's taste now. If it's not to yours,
then okay, Pansat, I think it's okay. It's okay, Pansat.
Yes, all right.
You had yourself. That's good. That's good, Pansat. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ajay.
Yeah. All right. Let's go on to Thomas. So Thomas, to you and to the conversation.
One man, can I say something? I think I came before Pansat and even Thomas, but you overlooked me. But no problem.
All right.
One man. Let's go to rational mind. I'm very pissed off now. I'm pissed off. Please.
Let's go to rational mind to give Thomas the time to cool off. So to you, rational mind, and to the conversation, long and involved. So a lot of it around Tinubu today. So nobody will say that all the focus always on Peter Obi. So it came off the back of the clip that Ajale Koko shared with us. I'm not sure if you saw it. Did you see the clip? Rational mind.
I heard what Ajale Koko when he spoke, everything.
No, did you see this clip that birthed the conversation? Do you want me to play it for you?
I don't think I did. If you want to
all right, let me play it for you.
We move to Bayelsa State, where more than 1,000 small-scale business owners have become the first beneficiaries of the conditional cash transfer and the cash grants for vulnerable groups. That's the policy of the federal government. And the beneficiaries were drawn from the 8 local government areas of the state, where they all gathered at the official flag-off of the scheme in Yanagua, the state capital.
The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Umar Farouk, arrives at the DSP Alame Saya Banquet Hall for the flag-off of the cash grant and onboarding of independent monitors to ensure the success of the scheme. The sum of 20,000 naira is disbursed to the successful applicants, which include the elderly, widows, and persons with disabilities. According to the Honorable Minister, the grant is meant to increase the income and productive assets of the beneficiaries.
This program is geared towards supporting our people to graduate them out of poverty into a productive life. We are giving 20,000 naira cash grant to these individuals for them to go and start their small businesses. So it's a form of empowerment towards poverty reduction.
So the slot given to the states is 500. Then there are slots given to the senators and the National Assembly member. 100 slots. The same what they are giving here, they are giving to other states. So if they have given to other states the same 20,000 naira, then Bayelsa at least we need to appreciate them first.
Some of the beneficiaries also expressed their gratitude to President Muhammadu Buhari for the laudable scheme.
I'm into frozen food business. I sell ice fish, chicken and other foodstuff. I feel grateful because my business was already suffering loss, but with these grants now, I'll be able to start up from where I stopped.
I want to thank the federal government, especially the President Mama Buhari. Thanks for the grants. I run a POS business, so I'm going to add it to my capital.
The grant, which cuts across the 36 states of the Federation, is part of the $1 billion earmarked annually for the Social Investment Program by the federal government.
So that was the offending clip, Rational Mind. The budget for that space is $1 billion, and this woman goes around claiming she's handing out 20,000 naira in cash to people. So no audit trail, no accountability. How do you even hand out $20,000, 20,000 naira worth of $1 billion to people? How is that documented? So it's just open stealing is what we're seeing yet again within Nigerian space.
You see, woman, it's so pathetic when we see the way that country is run. And when I say this man in office has brought this style of the way they do things in the north there down south, it's like maybe I'm insulting or I'm trying to go against a certain section. I just don't even know what to say about this. If you're just looking at this, it's just, I just look at it like, what is going on? How low have we gotten in that country? I mean, you have to go out and dole out 20,000 naira by hand. I mean, who do us? Now, how did we get to this point where we are in that country? A federal minister going out, doling out 20,000 naira. It's not up to $40. Just like you handing out $40 to somebody. What can $40 do? I mean, you can hear when she was talking about I want them to alleviate them from poverty. What can 20,000 naira alleviate people? I mean, just go to the market and go buy stuff with 20,000 naira. What can you even buy with 20,000 naira? It's not even enough to feed you for 3
You can't buy a bag of rice now.
You can't even feed with it for a whole month. And so what's the alleviating of poverty from that?
A whole month, care. What are you talking, Rational Man? You didn't say a whole week.
Even a week.
A whole week.
So you see, who is going to probe these people when they are gone? I don't see Atiku doing that. I don't see Jagaban doing that. Obi himself too, I don't that because already he said it that it's not going to probe. So who is going to probe these people? So it's going to be that these people are just going to go like that with impunity.
It's only Shore, my brother. It's only Shore that can do that.
I know. But the point I'm trying to make is that if these people, Buhari goes without no prosecution, that country we are doomed in that country. Buhari and his minions, all of them, they need to face a special court, a special tribunal. That would, in fact, they need to find some special investigators that would forensically, just go through all the records of what they spent, the money they made, and how they use those money, especially this very woman that we're talking about. This was a woman a few months ago. He went to Kano State. They're giving out phones for poverty alleviation. I was like, my goodness, how low are we?
You know how much they said? I think they gave out about. They said there were 150 people to learn how to repair phones as empowerment, and then the budget for that was about 7 billion naira.
Just imagine 7 billion naira for just about 150 people you're talking about, and they give them maybe sewing machine or what did they give them phones? My goodness, that's what I'm saying.
7 billion, one man.
Yeah, just imagine.
Well, some ridiculous amount. I'm just going from memory, so don't quote me verbatim. But I think we treated it. It was some outlandish amount. And
it was. I remember that.
If you try to subdivide it, it will take those people through maybe even university for 4 years.
And then you're just giving them so that's what I'm saying. These people needs to be investigated. They need to boggle them before a special court where they will be investigated and find out how, because these people, they must not go free like that. If these people go free, my goodness, we're doomed in that country. Because I don't see Atiku investigating them. I don't see Tinubu investigating them. Already, these guys already told us what's his name? Obi has already told us that he's not going to do the same either too. So the point I'm trying to make is that I don't think anything's going to come out of this if these three people win. So for me, I don't think I have any much opinion on that. Then I'm just wowed by what I just saw. A federal minister going out and doling out money. You know, I'm sure if not because what I think is going on right now, the body language I'm seeing within Aso Rock now.
Are you cooking, Rational Mind?
No. My wife is in the I'm out of the place. So anyway, so I'm just separate here.
Do you know how to cook? Do you know how to cook?
Do I know to cook? Poor man. I cook myself now. What's the big thing about cooking?
You know that making toast is not cooking, no? Making toast is not cooking, eh? Hey, look at this guy.
Rational man is from the creek now. Rational man from the creek. People from the creek know how to cook.
I cook on my own. I cook, so that's not.
What's your best meal to make? What's your signature?
I like okra soup.
Okra soup.
Yeah, I like okra soup. Yeah.
Igbo style.
Ila.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I like it. Yeah.
Right. Rational man from the creek. I 10% of Fulani blood in his
10% Fulani, 50% Arab, 2% European.
And Jafar, they be family.
They are family now. This is why it is.
But they fight every time. They fight every time in the commentary section.
So anyway, so for me, just one minute, let's just move on. For me, I think that's the height of Buhari. It's very glaring to everybody that really follows the trend in that country that there is massive corruption under Buhari. And this woman, this Shadia Farouk, oh my goodness, she's one conduit. That administration is one conduit for one big hell of corruption. And she needs, if any other person needs to face that special court or special investigators, this lady must be one of them. One of them. That's it.
All right, brilliant. So a rail line project, Sanwo-Olu reaffirms completion by the first quarter of 2023. So a real development. I'm not quite sure if it's the first in West Africa at least, but so now Lagos on the up and up, Rational Mind.
Yeah, I think I heard somebody, was it enigmatic, when he was saying something about, I think the plan was to connect other states. And I don't think they can do that. Lagos State does not have the right to do that. It's only the federal government that has the right to do, at least by this current constitution, if I'm right by what I've seen, I've read, by the current constitution, only the federal government has the right to do whatever, like a rail system that would link several states. But that Lagos State can do it within their own space, that they can do. So, but I don't know what it meant, but maybe I didn't hear him very well. But if that's what it meant, no, I don't think they can do that. They need to, maybe they'll have to get some kind of concession from the federal government, however they can do it. So, you see, on your platform here, One Man, we've debated this several times in the past, that these projects are taking too long. Many countries that started years, after Lagos State started, they've completed it. They had a landmass, a huge landmass, like Morocco had a bigger landmass from Casablanca, I think from Casablanca to Rabat. They have a huge landmass, that space alone, to connect, and then they did it. They have many space of time. But we have been doing this for many years in Lagos. And that's another conduit for corruption. So I don't know why suddenly, because this man is contesting now, I know that's going to be another political tool, campaign tool for them. Because after all, he's working. All the people that they brought in, they've been following his path, his trajectory, whatever he tells them to do. You know, that's what they can campaign on. Because whenever you ask people, they say, he has made so many politicians. He's the one who turned Lagos. I mean, he did not turn Lagos to what it is. It was Fashola and other people that came after him. But people say, after all, okay, who brought in Fashola? Who brought in Ambode? Who brought in the current one that is there? That is what some people who try to campaign for him, they try to use. But for me, I don't see it that way. So, and I know this is just one part of it too. this rail system, this light rail system, light rail system that they're trying to do, is one of those things they're going to use to campaign. So the question is, why 2023? Why not 4 or 5 years ago? Why not 2 3 years ago? I mean, why now? So these are the questions we need to start asking. But of course, we know the answer. Most of us know the answer, that it's just a political campaign tool for them to use to show that, yes, this guy has what it takes. So, but you know my mind on that. There's no point going to that angle. For me, I don't think it's capable for me. If it's to be Tinubu of back then, of the 1999 to when he left, well, maybe I could say, okay, he could do something. My only problem with Tinubu right now, besides his corruption and other things, is his mental state of mind right now. For me, for that, I don't think that man should be there. They will manipulate him like the way they're manipulating this idiot that is there right now. They would really manipulate him. We've not even seen corruption. The one that will be done under him will be so massive, because this is a man who doesn't. They tell him what to say. They tell him what to do. If he were to be Tinubu of those years, maybe I could say, yeah, okay. So, but now that this man, if you look at the way he slurs word, he talks, I mean, it tells you what you need to know about this man, that this man is going to be worse than Bubu that is there. So for me, that is how I see it. So, but I know there's no going back at this point. He has won the ticket. Sometimes, I won't lie to you, a part of me sometimes just wish that something would just happen, and then maybe they'll just keep him and give it to this guy from Rivers State, or give it to the third president that came third, or something just happened that maybe this guy, they just look for some kind of legal something to just disqualify him and disqualify Amechi, and maybe put this guy, what's his name, the current vice president that is there. Because I tell you, not because of saying because he's Muslim, no, that's not my main reason, but it's because I just see this man is going to be worse than Buhari. They will manipulate him. He would already. You look at it already right now. The cabals around him, the northerners, the cabals around him. Of course, he has some southerners working with him. But what I'm saying is whoever ever believed that what we're saying with Buhari will ever happened. When Buhari was there, I mean, it's always, you see him always with southerners. But as soon as he gets there, they just lock everybody out. Some cabal just lock him out, and then they just scheme out Tinubu and his people. And it was just some northern group just within him, and they put this force around him that nobody can penetrate. So, and already I'm seeing that playing, and that is what Babachi Lawa was even talking about. If you listen to one of his interviews, he says the likes of Kano State governor and some Bagudu and the rest of them, they've kind of manipulated him to pick Shetima. So I'm gradually seeing that again happening. And again, it's not just because he's a Muslim now. Now it's not even because he is a Muslim, his deputy is a Muslim. So you can imagine the force field that will be around him. I mean, I don't know. Let's just see how that plays out. That's my own permutation, that this guy is going to be worse than Buhari. So for me, I just wish that, but I know it's just a wishful thinking. It can never happen anymore, that they would take the ticket from him. And another thing I just want to say is that, looking at what is playing now too, I think it was usually one man that said it, or somebody said it, that Buhari never wanted him to be the candidate. But even up to this moment, they still do not want him. So I'm still seeing some games here that they're going to play. These people, they will laugh in your face. They would, they will laugh in your face, act like. We see what played out in PDP now. Wiki and his friend from Sokoto. I tell you, these people, when it comes to their own person, they don't joke with them. I just feel that they're going to play him at some points. They will give him that impression, put this man at rest, that, oh, we are behind you, we are supporting you, but let the election happen. I'm sure that they will give it to Atiku. That's just what one feeling I'm having concerning that. I might be wrong, but then that is how I see it. That the cabals in Aso Rock, they're still working against the interest of Tinubu in that party. And they don't want him to become the next president, because if they know that Atiku will protect them. That's why I know all this looting that is going on, they will never prosecute them under Atiku. And I'm sure Obi too, like already said it, already Obi said it himself, he's not going to prosecute anybody. So the point I'm just trying to say here is that when a dilemma in that country, a real big problem. But how this is going to play out, sometimes it gives me a headache, but I'm just trying to wait and see how it plays out on some point before I can really figure out a way out of it for me. So Yeah, so just to answer your question, yeah, that light rail is long overdue, and it's going to be used as a tool for campaign. And mind you, again, another thing you need to understand about that is only some section of it will be inaugurated. I think some parts will not be. So I don't think all the light rail. I think it's going to cost from Badagry. It's supposed to start from Badagry to Lagos Island. So I think that is where that part alone from my two, or is it my two to National Theatre? I think that's the place they want to open up first. But I'm yet to see what is going to happen because I'm following that news already. So, but let's see what happens.
All right, well put. So thank you, Rational Mind. So for time, Rational Mind, let me go on from you to Saki. So let me go to Saki to land on Thomas. So Saki, thanks for your patience. You've been here all the way through. It's never a dull moment in this space, as you know. It's almost like Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, MMA, and everything. Everybody just fighting all of the time. Saki, what are you making of these unruly adults that we have in this space? Thank God for you.
I was reading through the comment section and I was just laughing.
You know, they are fighting in the comment, they are fighting on the screen, it's fight everywhere.
So someone said 1 man and Passat, oil and water.
I don't know, man. It's quite a spectacle.
I was like laughing.
All right. So to the murdered Niger Republic citizens in the southeast, Buhari sounding warning, of course. I don't recall him doing that when his people came to savage in a war.
Yeah. We're actually in the southeast because I've not actually read that story.
No, we covered it actually a couple of days ago. I think he was in Owerri or somewhere. Yeah.
Igbo State.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of killings. I mean, sorry to use that word because of the policy. So I don't really understand what is going in that Igbo space, you know. Yeah, but in terms of what Buhari is saying, to me, if anybody does something that is bad, you know, let justice cut up the person, you know. But the only argument people make about Buhari is that if it involves maybe a certain section of the country, he doesn't act, you know, because this thing that happened in our war, you know, till today, nobody knows what Buhari has done about it. Nothing has been done to bring those people to book. You know, all these things that are happening from the other side, he has not done anything to bring a lot of people to book. But now it happens somewhere like in the southeast and involving people from other countries. And I'm not trying to like defend people in the southeast that does things that are bad. I don't encourage people trying to take laws into their hand. You know, if you take laws into your hand, justice should catch you up. But the only thing I'm saying is that let's justice be done. You know, let the same metrics be used across the divide. You know, so that everybody will feel that this is not a selective justice. You know, so I like you said, Southeast might be expecting another Python dance, you know.
Yeah, and that's what it does, isn't it?
They are already they're already used to like slightest thing the president will send military for Python dance, you know, for something that can be handled by the police, sort of, you know. So the only thing I said, I don't encourage people in the southeast to do things that especially Christians are not known for, to take laws into their hand, you know. But at the same time, the only thing I'm saying is that if the government is taking actions, let him also replicate the actions when it involves the other side, you know. Because the life that has been lost in this administration, you know, it is quite. It's. I think Buhari have a lot of things to answer at the end of the day. These international courts and all those things, because a lot of things have been committed during this administration. If those people that did those things can be fished out, that would be good. You can't take laws into your hand to do something that is wrong, So I wouldn't want to cover for those people that did it, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to. I want to see a government that uses the same metric to approach every divide of the country. So that everybody will feel that justice is taken on equal basis. And not like a prejudiced kind of justice. That's my contribution in that very respect.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So Saki, the train line being promised to be delivered in Lagos State, rail line project. Sanwo-Olu reaffirms completion by first quarter of 2023. If you go to Lagos these days, you probably won't recognize it anymore.
Oh, okay. But then before I say something about that, how can you assess Sanwo-Olu's administration? Do you think Lagosians will vote him in the second term?
I don't think anybody. You see, I don't find Sanwo-Olu offensive, so it doesn't offend me. But more crucially and more damningly, I don't find him impressive either. And you have to be impressed by somebody that is governing a place like Lagos.
Like
It just
what I'm
sounds
saying
like
is,
Tinubu's
like when
Batman.
you compare him with the other people that has like somebody like Ambode, would you say that he did better than him?
No, Ambode is far better by a million miles. You know, Ambode used to wear jeans and shirt, and he will go to a road, and they will give him all of the complaints, and he will say, "Okay, you note it down," and then they will give the assurance that we will fix it within X amount of months. And true to his words, those months, from Lagos, from the airport into the city, he fixed that road because he was waiting for Fashola to do it because it was a federal trunk, and Fashola wouldn't do it. He did it. That guy, if that guy had another 4 years in Lagos, my God,
what actually happened? What is it that the Lagosians didn't vote him in?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't get the party ticket because he wasn't handing out money quickly enough for Tinubu's liking.
Okay. I actually thought maybe.
Yeah.
I think is it not the first governor in Nigeria not to have a re-election to be real? I mean, have his party's ticket. I think it's the only governor in Nigeria so far that lost.
I couldn't say, but
that lost out in the primaries. Second time primaries for the ticket.
Only somebody with the brain of Ajale Koko would know that. So it's not.
Ajale Koko still here.
It's there, but I think it's going to raid the fridge.
But is he coming out right now, like for the next contest?
You mean Ambode?
Yes.
No, they've dulled him away completely. They were launching investigation at him, embezzlement and all those kind of. So when they kicked him out, they beat him down to the point that that just don't come around here. It will come back, but he has to go away and lick his wounds for a good number of time. Yeah.
No, but he could come from other parties,
and that's the mistake he made. When they kicked him out, he should have gone to the PDP because it was quite popular and people didn't like what they did to him. Yeah. Like Obaseki did.
Yeah, like Obaseki did. Yeah. That is what he should have done. Because I actually think that, I don't know much about this current administration in Lagos, so I don't really know. But people like Fashola and Ambode, I didn't know much about him. But like you said now, maybe I will still read much about those kind of administration.
But what is your impression of Sanwo-Olu? Does it what do you make of him?
I don't know I don't know what's his developmental strategies in Lagos, and I don't know how he has carried Lagos. The only thing I know is that he's more of like he's following Tinubu. It's like a Tinubu boy, sort of. That is the only impression I have. But I don't know what he has done in Lagos because since he became governor,
this light rail project. What's the name of that guy that Tinubu kicked out?
Ambode.
Ambode stopped that project. So it was when Sanwo-Olu came in that brought it back up and continued the project, and they will finish it next year, and it's going to be used for general good for of Lagosians. So that's going to transform Lagos State. And when you see that guy, when it comes to human rights, he's very upright. You always stand by the people, like the role he played during the NSAS. He played a very good role. He was on the side of the people, even though that he doesn't have much power on security, but at least it was with the NSAS people. It was shuttling between Alausa and toll gate in Lekki. He took letter from the NSAS protester, took it to president. Letters of their request. He took it to president. He have been doing some things, but I believe that he's going to win. And why I said he's going to win is because you see other parties that are so much divided against each other, and that is what we give him victory. Now we are seeing Labour Party.
What about
those people?
Sorry,
Hold on, let me finish the point. These people that are going to Labour Party, these are the people that some of them left PDP, some of them left APC to Labour Party, and then you see PDP on. So, and APC is the ruling party. They have structure, stronger structure than any other party in that state. So they have an edge. So if all of them that are divided into Labour Party, PDP, if they are concentrated on PDP alone, put all their effort into PDP against APC, then maybe they will have a better chance of taking over. But since they are divided now, I don't see them winning. APC will still win again. That's my own. That's the way I see it.
What about this PDP guy with the vice deputy actress?
Yeah, Jando.
How popular is he in Lagos?
Yes, some people are saying it's popular, but when you are outside, when you are not the ruling party, you want to fight against the ruling party. Party that has been in governance for over 20 years with all the traditional king in their party. They might not be all, but I can say 95%, with all the market leaders around Lagos in APC, with all other business leaders of other business entity in that state in supporting APC. It's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard. The government of Lagos have a lot of resources to deploy out, to buy people to vote, to lure them to vote for them.
and to to show that they are for the people. One of it is that project. If they can this metro project, if they can finish that, although they're not going to finish it, if they could finish it before the election time, it's going to be a plus for them for their campaign. So it's hard.
Ajale Koko, in my opinion, I think the only people that can wrestle Lagos from Tinubu is the elite like you and I, the educated one. If they go out frontally and vote against APC, because the elite don't vote in Lagos. It's only all these artisans that vote in Lagos. Most voters,
Yeah. And they are going to inject tribal this thing into their campaign as well. The Tinubu factor is going to come in. So Yoruba people will support Tinubu, and as they are supporting Tinubu, they will convince them that, look, we still have to control our fatherland. We can't allow anybody, they're going to focus their campaign more against along tribal land for Tinubu. And that will favor this guy. What do you call this guy? Sanwo-Olu. That will favor him as well. So I don't see any other party taking over from them now. It might be maybe another time, but this time, this election is going to be tribal in favor of Tinubu, and Sanwo-Olu benefits from it as well. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, so my comment on the railway, the rail things is a campaign. He's part of the campaign now. So,
but is it good news? Is it good news?
It's good news. It's good news if it happens. It is. It's a big infrastructure, so it will bring in a lot of things to the economy of Lagos. So it's good news, but then it's more of it's going to help him to clinch the next position, in the next election cycle, But it's good news. That is what we want to hear. If other states can, complete such projects, Nigeria will be on the path, on the sustainable path,
Sagi father. If Atiku wins that election, don't you think that Tinubu can lose Lagos? Because there's going to be a presidential election before the governorship election. And so usually, however a presidential election goes, sometimes dictates some states. So what I'm looking at...
No, Rational Mike, I think it's same day.
It's the same day?
Sure? It's different.
It's same day.
It's different.
It's the same day.
Different.
It's different?
Yeah.
Oh, it's different, yeah.
No, it is the same day. I think all the elections
presidential. I think is the same with senatorial and so on.
Not the same day. For what I read sometime back, I don't know if they changed it, but
governor is 2 weeks after. I think
something like that. Yeah. So if Atiku wins that election, I tell you, Tinubu might lose Lagos because they will use that as a massive campaign. They will rail on Lagos just to get that Lagos off. And another thing I say about it is it's like one thief leave the other thief coming in, because I see this jandor of a guy himself too. When he comes there, he will become a godfather like Tinubu. Because anybody that wins Lagos wants to retain Lagos, because that Lagos is a springboard for whoever who wants to become president in the future. So I see that jandor, if he wins it, he wants to make himself as the Basale of Lagos State too, like Tinubu. So that's how I see it. But I look at it that if the presidential election goes in favor of PDP, forget it. Tinubu might lose Lagos.
Well, it depends on how Lagosians vote. If it is somewhere like Anambra State, for instance, during presidential, they will always vote PDP. But during Guba, they will vote APGA. So it depends on the pattern, the way Lagosians actually vote, So Yeah, it's going to have some impact, like you said. But I think there is some still level of difference between Guba and presidential. So if it's not the same day, it is still possible that APC can still retain that Guba in Lagos. So I don't know how Lagosians vote, their voting pattern. So, but if you are going by that, then it means that PDP could have taken Anambra, a state like Anambra State, for instance. In the years of this, in these different cycles of election. So I don't know. So, but that project, like you said, one man, is a good development. It contributes to the economy of Lagos.
All right, brilliant, well put. And to this guy, then a former bagman of Abacha, now the governor of Kebbi State, but still holding on to pretty much a lot of the loot from the Abacha space. United States gone.
This Abacha loot, that's not it. I can imagine how much this guy.
They finish, Abby.
It doesn't finish. Yeah. Since 1998, he died. I think since 1998, they are still talking about this loot. A lot of people have really tried this country. This country has been looted.
Does it not tell you just how wealthy Nigeria is? Does it tell you how
Nigeria is very wealthy? It's a very rich country. It's a very rich country. And at times when you tell people you're from Nigeria, they will just like, how some African countries, if you tell them you're from Nigeria, they will like, how can you say you're from Nigeria and you are suffering like this?
Zaki, can you imagine they loot what they are looting in Nigeria in like UK or in Australia or in this the country would have folded up.
They would have folded since. Nigeria is very rich. I don't really understand, So I don't know, but the guy should I don't know. It's just they are all of them are corrupt, And I think if the government wants to act on that, they should act. But the question is, do they have the political will to act? Because all of them, if you like look into their each of them, all these governors and other people, they are all corrupt. So a corrupt man will not go to a corrupt man and say, "Calm down." So, but it's really heart wrenching. That today we are still talking about Abacha loot. I think there was one day they said they recovered during this administration.
Yes, and then they said they were giving it out in.
So I think they recovered and I don't know how they used it.
That was part of the. You remember when Oshibanjo was going around the market square to hand out money?
Okay.
It was part of that Abacha loot that they said they were using as a palliative for people.
I think there was one they said they recovered from this former Delta governor. What's the name again?
Ibori.
Yeah, Ibori. I think they recovered.
Yeah, I think that was about $1 million thereabout. It wasn't a huge sum.
Well, this country is really high. A lot of injustice has happened to this very country.
Ibori's money was a lot too. It's about maybe 20-something million pounds or $1 million.
No, the recent recovery. Because I think Abubakar Malami was speaking on that space. But anyway, I'm not going from memory, so yeah.
So you can imagine what they have done to the country. Imagine what this money could have done, if it was used where it was supposed to be used, Like this series of recoveries they have been doing since 1980 today. Imagine what Nigeria could have become if those money were used for our common goods, I think by now Nigeria should should have its glory again. But they are looting. This administration, what they also looted, by the time they go, by the time they get out of power, you hear a lot of things, a lot. So I think that is why they are trying to. They will try to use every possible federal might to make sure that they get somebody that will cover them in power again. So the country is really bad news always. You know?
One thing that baffles me is that all these countries releasing this money to them, like when Obasanjo was there, they released some of those money that Abacha looted in installment. So why? My point is this: knowing the track record of this present administration, that I mean, I know IMF, World Bank, they have whatever because their corruption index. They should be able to use that and give to some of these countries that look, these countries, this present administration is very corrupt. Releasing this money for them, they will loot it again. So because I remember when Obasanjo was there, they did not release all the money that these people that stole money, like the likes of Abacha, loot, did not release everything to them. So why are these countries not also withholding this money so that the next administration that comes in, if they are responsible, let them have the access to that money? But why are they releasing this money to these people, knowing that they will loot it again? That's what just baffles me about this whole thing, about this money that these people are getting and they're not accounting anything for it.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. Saki, let me go from you to have you spoken on the Sadia Farouk space where she was handing out 20,000 naira, Saki?
Man, I didn't. I've not.
Yes, go to that space. Did you see the video clip?
Yeah, I saw the video clip.
Yes. Give us your thoughts on that space.
This is injustice. This injustice to Nigeria. Honestly, you know, I can't behold watching that very video. What is 20,000 naira? What was giving 20,000 naira in cash to people? From how much? How much money was earmarked for that project? How much money again?
Sorry, the budget for it was $1 billion, but the money's being handed out is 20,000 nationwide.
Hi.
$1 billion.
I weep. I weep for that country. That is what I would just say. I weep.
So that woman, I wonder how many private jets she has now, the woman.
That's my
Zaki, when you said, hey, you wanted to back it up with Chineke, but you
Chineke me.
Ajaleko, you know what it be Chineke me?
What does it mean?
I know now. God save me. God save my head.
Oh my God, yeah, save me. God save me.
It's my
God
God.
save my head, though.
It's a literary meaning. It's my God.
Yeah.
My God. Chineke me. It's my God.
All right, so you can go to Thomas
All right, brilliant. As ever, Saki Fada. So Saki Fada. So thank you, Saki Fada. So from Saki Fada, then let's go on to Thomas. So Thomas, the conversation, your contribution.
Oh, thank you, woman. I will thank you for having me later. I'm a little bit pissed off before. I think I'm settled down now. Let's start for the lady handovering 20,000 to people. One man, 20,000. They mentioned 500 there. I even think on this platform here we can gather 20,000 people for 500 people in this platform as we are here. So that money is very ridiculous. One man, 20,000 naira is not, even if you are somebody that cook better soup in Nigeria, at least 20,000 naira will go, almost go. If you want to cook a better soup with assorted meats, like good food, how much is 20,000 naira to alleviate people from poverty? Even giving them 20,000 naira, to me, I think you are putting them in more poverty. 20,000 naira. It doesn't even buy a bag of rice. One man, very, very ridiculous. And they said the amount $1 million for this project. And they are handling people 20,000 naira in cash. Where is the accountability and auditing? Where will it come in there? How can you accountable for handing out people cash? People have bank accounts. Why can't they deposit in their bank account so that we can track who has collected this money and who has not collected the money? It's very ridiculous. Even in Nigeria today, one man, you don't need any cash to open an account. You can open an account with a 0 naira. So why can't they deposit this money in the bank so that they will track it? They can know how many people were paid in Bayelsa, how many people were paid in Kano, how many people were paid in this. So later on, if they want to audit it, they can track it. But this handing money cash is a form of fraud to embezzle the money, because they can't even track who has collected the money and who has not collected the money. And even the money itself, 20,000 naira, one man. 20,000 naira, maybe in dollars, maybe $40 or $41. How much is $41? $41 you used to buy recharge card here. How much
It's
is
not
$41?
it's not $41. It's $30.
You can $30. Ajale Koko. But what is 20,000 naira we do for a market woman? And you said you are elevating them out of poverty. What is 20,000 is going to do? I think 20,000 will only help all our grandma just not to be idle in the house. They are selling, we call it worobo. They are selling sweet, chewing-gum, biscuits at the front of their house. The small kids will come and buy from them. That is what 20,000 naira can do. That is in my own opinion. But people selling fish, selling things, 20,000 naira is nothing. If they are talking of maybe 200 or 100,000, we can still say that they are giving them something that can really alleviate poverty. But 20,000 naira to me, one man, is very ridiculous, and even handing it to people, it's a form of fraud, one man. That is just my submission. And go back to Tinubu, the conversation we've had before. I think if we are naming Tinubu, we should name all this. One man, I'm beginning to have a soft heart for Sowore lately, even though it's just that Sowore cannot win. I'm beginning to have soft spot in my heart for Sowore, because this is the only guy amongst all of them that has not mingled with these politicians, these bad politicians. From Obi to Kwakwaso, all of them, they are all corrupt people. It's only Sowore. It's just unfortunate that the guy cannot win an election. That is just what it still baffles me, because is this only guy I can say is still is upright and is speaking truth to power and is speaking when necessary to speak. So, woman, it's just just if you can't exonerate any one of these politicians, anyone from Obi to Tinubu to yes, please.
Yeah, can I ask you a question on that on the show with it?
Yes, please.
Yeah, because I remember about 6 months ago when Sobore was our choice, was my choice at that time before we declared, and you were very harsh on Sobore. Very. Do you remember that?
Yes, of course. I'm still very harsh.
I'm talking about not just little bit of criticism. You were completely vehemently against him. So why were you vehemently against Sowore at that time? He's still the same guy. Why did you not support him at that time?
The problem I'm having with him that is politics. I don't like it. And how he attacks people, call them names. I don't like it. I'm a Yoruba man to the core. I respect people and I choose my word carefully every time I speak to people. I speak my word carefully. And it's politics. It's not rhyme with me. That is why I didn't agree with him in any sport. But when we are talking of we want a new wine, we can still single-handedly pick Showore out. It's still the only new wine I can still point to now, as of now, because he hasn't mingled with these corrupt politicians. That's why I'm having a soft heart for him for now. That doesn't mean what I have against him before. I hasn't deleted that. But if we are talking about if you are having a new wine, somebody that has not been named with corruption or that does not mingle with these people, we can still pick Showore out. And you rightly said now.
So
yes.
So let me in a word, that word that is called neoteric. Somebody who has a fresh idea. In a neoteric politician is what we need in Nigeria now. Yes, Showore would have qualified for that particular, but Obi then is the next neoteric politician.
No.
Hold on.
I disagree with you.
Hold on.
I disagree with you.
Why do you disagree?
I disagree with you because Obi was in PDP 3 months ago.
Right. But I'm saying
mingling with these same politicians.
Right.
I put them in the same box.
I understand. Hold on. You remember when I was talking to you about Showore 6 months ago, you were doing the same thing you're doing now. So hear me out. Out of the 3 major possibilities that we have, that would be Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi. Now we have to look at it in relative terms, not absolute. In relative terms, he's the only one that you would say is a neoteric politician. It's somebody who's going to come into the play with new ideas, fresh ideas for Nigeria, new politics. There's no argument about that. That's the other 2 are old school now. Obi as a governor and also a vice presidential nominee was in the PDP. The same thing you could say for Atiku Abubakar used to be in PDP, APC, and all that. Even Tinubu used to be in a different party before he then came up with this
with the
merger. So, but as far as the old politics, you say you're looking for something fresh. I'm only saying it in that context that Showore would have been a new thing to come to play, but you said it yourself, he's not going to be able to win. So why don't you then make the case exactly? Why are you really, because saying that Obi is one of the old ones, he's corrupt just like all of them, he's been in the PDP. Is that the only reason why you don't want to be? I really want you to be clear on that. So is that the only reason? What other reason is there aside from that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. Aside from that, Obi contested with well, it was a joint ticket with Atiku 2019. If they could have won that election, do you tell me Obi will change Atiku for anything? Obi will still be under the corrupt man Atiku we are talking about. So in any way, you can't exonerate Obi. Obi was in PDP 3 months ago because he saw the sign that he will not win that presidential premise. That is why he left PDP to Labour Party. And you know, Labour Party doesn't even have the cachet to win an election presidency now. Ekiti State, they have 5,000 votes. Osun State, they have 2,000 votes. It's there. The record is there. So he doesn't even have the grounds to win an election. He could have, if he could have been in PDP or APC, it could have been even much better for him. He stand the chance. And to my brother, this is not a news. This is not a breaking news. Your next president in Nigeria will be maybe PDP or APC. There is no doubt about that. Go and write the dates of today. Write it down. It's going to be from PDP and APC. Because these are the two parties that have the structure, they have everything, they have everything on ground. They are old parties. So to defeat these two parties, you will try. So that is where, but Obi himself is in PDP, was in PDP for over 10 years. So you can't exonerate him out of the party in any circumstances. That is why I didn't even want to go on each side at all. And you know me, I've said it here countless of times. As a Yoruba man, I will vote for a Yoruba man. Is it that the guy in is it that Tinubu? Is it that Showore? Is it that the guy in SDP? Any Yoruba man that is on the ticket, all of them, they are my choice. I'm not shy away from this from onset. And the Northerner, they have had it for 8 years already now, 7 years, going to 8 years. The presidency should come back to the South. And as a Yoruba man, I will support any Yoruba man on the ticket. That is just my own. So you can't exonerate Obi in any circumstances, my brother. To you, you can exonerate him because he's your guy, he's from your side. There's nothing bad about it. You can support your own. There's nothing bad about it. But as for me, as a Yoruba man, I will support a Yoruba man that is not corrupt, that I know he can work for us. I will support him, come rain, come shine. And I just said it now. I'm beginning to have soft spot for Showore because he's the only one that can say you can't trace corruption to him. And he has not mingled with these old guard politicians that we want out of that country.
All right.
Did
you see Showore's declaration of assets? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it. We read it here. We brought it on the platform. One man gave us.
What do you think about that? Do you believe that declaration of assets to be proper, or do you think it's improper?
To me, it doesn't sound.
Thomas, yes. let me respond to Pansa.
Yeah, you can respond.
Pansa, why are you particular about that social media release of his asset? Is that the way to release asset? You should know better that it's mocking the system, it's mocking the politician.
No, but the point is that
it's mocking them, mocking them, and he's telling the people, look, I am as poor as you, the people of this country, Nigeria. Look at what I have. I'm not as rich as them. So, but why are you always bringing that up? What's the purpose? What are you trying to achieve? What's the big deal? What's the big deal about that?
Let me tell you, it's a friendly fire, right? It's a friendly fire. I'm not against Showore, but declaration of assets is an important exercise. First of all, not only declaring the assets, but also making it public. In the case of Buhari, he declared his asset, but he didn't make it public, right? Even though he promised to do so. So Showore cannot be, every time he's above criticism, he's above what others do. But he holds people, tries to hold them to the, what's that word? All right, accountable. But the organization that's asking him to release his assets is a credible organization. They asked him a few times to release his assets along with others, but in his case, they focused on him. So for him to try to make it like it's a joke, no, when you declare your assets, it's a very important thing so that people will know. Now, there's a balance. If you don't have assets, you shouldn't be in politics. You shouldn't be running for president if you don't have assets. So he has to strike the balance of declaring enough assets to show that he's a serious candidate, but 6,000 naira.
What are you talking about? Must you be a wealthy person? Must you be rich before you declare for? So why are you saying that if he doesn't have? Why are you saying if he doesn't have asset, he mustn't declare for an elective office.
Yeah, let me untangle what I meant by that. I said a balance means that you don't have to be rich, but you don't have to be poor either. Do you understand? So you have to have sufficient assets not to be corruptible. You have to have sufficient assets to be able to defend people's mandate.
Is that
right?
so?
So hold on. So if you go and you, let's say you're running for president, okay, and you say you have 6,000 naira, you don't have sufficient assets for that undertaking, because you have to buy forms. There's so many things you have to do.
For what form? Which form? Which form?
Yeah.
Which form? Which form are you talking that you have to buy?
It depends. I don't know how much their form is in the.
They don't sell form in their own party. It's free.
It's free.
Okay, but I was an example in his case. That's free, but there are other things you have to do. Yeah, go ahead.
Pastor.
Yes, sir.
You said that he has no business in politics if he has no money, he has nothing. So what you're insinuating is that you're saying that if he gets there, he's going to enrich himself, because this is a guy who came into the office poor and he wants to loot. But then you and I, we've seen those people who are the leaders in Nigeria. A lot of them are, I mean, even by Buhari's standard, when he came in 2015,
right,
he said he has no money to buy form, but he has herds of cows. I mean, you know how much is one cow? I mean, this guy has lots of cows, even though it's 99 or it's 100 cows that he had.
150
cows,
right?
And he has home. He has a house in
right.
If you value the house in Kaduna, it's something. The one he has in Daura is something.
Right.
And his kids were also attending schools in the United Kingdom. So what are we talking about here?
So what I was saying is the key word is balance, right? You cannot go.
Hold on. That's only people who are wealthy would not steal.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what you're insinuating.
No, it's not what I'm insinuating. Listen to me again.
Okay, go on.
I said that when he declared his asset, he said he had 6,000 naira, not dollars. So there's a balance. You don't have to be wealthy, but you have to be sufficiently educated.
How much? Hold on,
I'll tell you.
Hold on. How much do you think that is Sahara TV? I mean, is Sahara Media House? How much do you think that it worth?
Okay, he said that he doesn't know how much.
How much does it worth in New York City, in Manhattan, with the office in Manhattan? How much do you think
that's what he should have? If he answered that, then I'll have that answer. He didn't answer that. He said, I don't know how much that's worth, and he kind of threw it away like it's really insignificant. Read it. I could read it for you. I have it with me. All I'm saying is that, listen to what I'm saying. It's a balance. If the Constitution says what you,
but the amount he tagged, hold on, Pansat.
Yeah.
He placed an amount on what his house in his village, how much it worth, right?
5,000 naira.
Worth 5 million. 5 million. So in Nigerian context, somebody that have 5 million, an asset of 5 million naira, so it doesn't have nothing to you.
No, he has something, but listen to what I'm saying.
So what's your point?
It's not a liquid,
what are you really insinuating?
It's not a liquid asset. It's not gonna be homeless when he's running for office. He still has to keep his home in the village. But don't get me wrong.
He declare, hold on again. Yeah. He mentioned there that he have house in New Jersey.
4-bedroom bungalow.
Where is why? How much do you think that house worth?
But he has 2 kids and a wife.
How much does that house worth?
Can I answer? Hold on.
You just
what's the wider point that you are taking us to? Take us to the wider point you are taking us to, Pansat.
Okay, the wider point I'm taking it to is that he comes across as somebody who's above it all. He cannot declare his asset. Hey, don't you know me? I'm an innocent guy. Why would you even ask me to declare my assets? I'm not a looter, right? But that's not the role of that.
He couldn't have been a looter. He's never held public office.
Right. So there's no other way to measure him up but to have him be standard. Do what, let's say, Obi is doing. He's declaring his assets. He's telling you what he's done.
His assets?
Yes, he has.
What did he describe?
Look at this guy.
First of all, he ran for office as a governor. Don't forget that. You have to declare yourself as a governor. But hold on, Nordic coin. Hold on. One man said I should address the theme of what this is Thomas's time. But what I'm saying is that, look, I like showing. I'm not against. It's a friendly fire. I'm saying if you are going to be the
When did Obi declare his asset?
For the presidential thing, I don't know yet, but for to be a governor, you declare his asset. And he's been on the press, and they questioned him, and he talked about how he was the manager of banks, and he talks about
that's his job now.
Right.
That's his CV. Yeah,
right.
We're talking. You know the difference now.
I do. What I'm saying is that formally, I cannot answer for him. I know that.
So what is the criticism against Peter Obi when your own principal has not declared his assets?
Not you mean Sowore?
I mean against Sowore, yes.
Sowore, okay. Yeah. So what I was doing in this case is just limited to the assets that he declared and his attitude towards that exercise.
But what is Peter Obi's attitude towards that exercise?
What I'm saying is that I'm sure he's not going to be against declaring his asset. You have to
No, he should frontally do that.
Exactly.
He's telling us that he's the new broom in a man's zoo, so he should come then in a...
Like I said...
So what is he hiding?
What we're looking for is a neoteric politician, and Sowore is one of the ones that we boast about. Even after Peter Obi, he should go to somebody like Sowore, but he has to...
What do you mean after Peter Obi? Peter Obi has not declared his assets. What is he hiding?
Let's just remove the Peter Obi thing. Let's remove it on the big picture. What I'm looking at, what I'm talking about is that Sowore should take asset declaration as a very important.
Should Peter Obi do the same thing?
Absolutely.
And so why has he not declared his assets?
I don't know whether he has. I don't know whether he has or not. But Sowore is skating on thin ice. He doesn't have the.
What is your beef with Sowore declaring asset? I don't just really understand.
Sowore declares his assets is a problem. The one that has been Pandora Papers, he refuses to declare his assets, but that's okay.
But you see, this is the dilemma that like I said, as an Igbo man, right? I can't talk about, let's say, this conversation without, it has nothing to do with Peter Obi whatsoever.
No, it's always to do with Peter Obi.
No, but it doesn't. The only reason why you're making that answer. Hold on.
You're not new to this platform.
Hold on. I'm not new. Hold on. What I'm saying is that
we know how you flow.
Everything I'm talking about has nothing to do with Igbo. Period. Nothing.
The only thing you ever talk about is Igbo. You have never just spoken about anything else.
Give me an example.
From your first commentary on this platform when you introduce yourself to right this moment, there's only one traction that follows, which is just some Eastern spin. You know, that's all you do.
The only way I will answer you that is that if you remember the few times that I come here and you commended me, you say, you know what, it's almost like you're reinventing yourself. Pansa, this was an interesting conversation. It's only because I went first. The 2 times that I went first, then I elevated the conversation. But if you have a guy coming
you elevated
here,
the conversation. You're elevating the conversation.
Let me land and then you can disagree. What I'm saying is that the few times that we've had a great time here is that I went first. I spoke about issues. But if I'm coming in, say, in the middle, and you have a guy talking about my people,
your people,
us,
who made you king?
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Your people.
Let me finish. If you have
that, then when I come in, that you belong to. What do you mean your people?
The conversation
is this what it's about?
My goodness.
Is this God complex? Are we dealing with the God complex?
I'm a Democrat. I'm not into kingship and all that. I'm not a monarchist. I'm a Democrat. I'm not into.
But the pastor, I get your point.
I'm sure.
I think Joe already declared his asset. We should just accept it. One thing you should understand is that he's yet to. I expect him that when he eventually becomes the president, he should declare that asset. That is when he should do it. But at this point, at this stage of time, I think it's not necessary. The electoral law does not require it at this point. But when he assumed that office, or long before he assume it, if he's elected, then he has to declare it. That's just it. That's what I think.
Rational mind. Let me tell you what this guy, the message is trying to pass out there is that I am not afraid to declare my asset. Politicians that you have now never declare their asset. They are looting your resources. None of them that I'm contesting with, all of them ever declare their asset. That's what it's trying to, that is the picture it's trying to show out there. Look at my asset. I can declare it better officially, but on the lighter mood,
look at it, have a glance of it. So it's just telling them, call on your politician to declare their asset. Don't vote for anybody that is not ready to declare their asset. That is the message he's trying to pass out. And Pastor should not see that as, and I don't know why Pastor he has been taking up this matter. This is the third time.
Like story.
I don't know why he keep on repeating it, coming back with it, coming back. What is it?
But we enjoy
embellishments.
All right.
One man. We are almost to 5 hours.
Yes, round off your thoughts and then I'll start to round off. Yeah.
Yes. One man. It's very. Today I was so hungry, but I just keep it calm.
What angered you? What angered you?
No. Your conversation with Pansat, it angers me. It angers me a lot. I don't know. But I don't want to open any wound now so that everything will not escalate. But back to the discussion. I hope all of them. But I want to ask you about Ajale Koko. Are they obliged, or is it important for them to declare, or if they want to declare? So I just want to know that. I don't know. Maybe anyone can tell me better. I don't know better about that.
Yeah, the Constitution requires them to declare it and declare everything in total.
But if they don't declare it, it's not against it.
It's after when they are elected.
After they are after they are elected, the Constitution require them to declare their assets. You know.
But you are free.
But if they don't declare it, what will happen?
But
nothing will happen.
Free. You are free to declare it before the. During the election. When the election starts, before it starts, you are free on your own. But
you are free on your own. You can publish it on pages of newspaper.
That's what I'm saying. If Sowore wants to be that we're looking up to, when that organization asks him to release that asset, he should do that.
No, why are you going after this guy? This guy is releasing Hold on. He's releasing his asset via social media so that you young Nigerians and everybody can see it.
Right.
You want him to go and patronize Nigerian newspaper or Nigerian media that never at any time give him space to air his opinion or his position on issues out.
Okay. No. Ajale Koko, remember, I accepted.
Just give kudos to him.
Hold on. I accepted
Let Peter Obi release his own via social. He have a lot of people on social media. Let him release his own.
Let
him release it too, so that we can let us just have a glance of it. It doesn't even need to release everything, but release some brief of it.
Yes. The one he released, I'm criticizing it for being too shallow, too small. You're the one who's saying, do I believe that?
What is shallow? What is shallow there? There's nothing shallow
6,
there.
6,000 naira as hold on, 6,000 naira.
That is what he have.
Okay, then he's not qualified to run for president.
Must you have money? Must you be rich before you offer yourself for elective office?
No, you don't have to.
Yeah, so why are you contradicting yourself?
Hold on, I'm saying. Hold on. Being rich. This is to answer you, and then I'll leave it at that. Being rich is a vector quantity with magnitude and direction. If I say he should have sufficient, because the Constitution says you have to be so old, you have to attain certain education. So at the minimum, you have to be able to carry on the task. You have to have enough money not to be corruptible. You cannot be blackmailed because you're owing somebody. He can't rely on people giving him money. Those people who are giving him money, like, he claims that, by the way, as part of his asset. I have friends that give me money. So if I'm going to support him, I want him to reveal those people who are giving him money and how much and how regular, how often. I don't want him to
He did that last time that a contested election.
I'll leave it at that. It's not an issue to fight over. I'm just saying, if he wants to be impeccable,
look, let me tell you,
to be impeccable, then he has to be what I said earlier, a neo-teric politician. You have to be way above the fray of criticism. He has to be solid.
Okay, Pansat. Okay. The Constitution does not require you to have certain amount in your bank account before you contest for any elective office. So
that is correct.
Yes.
That is
Okay.
correct.
So, what is your? I mean, why are you requiring him to be well sufficient before he can
Let me answer
or
it.
have a lot of money in bank account before he contests for election? Why?
Can I answer one man?
When the constitution does not require him to do so.
All right. Answer, and then after you answer, I'll start to round off. So, yeah, right to
now. John Lekoko is right. There is no requirement, but when you are dealing with ethics, morals, somebody just being solid above the fray, you don't have to wait for the Constitution to tell you the right thing to do. He should have knocked that out of the park because, number one, we, his supporters, don't care if he has money or not. But you cannot tell me that somebody who's running for president has 6,000 naira in his wallet. Okay, that's not a certain amount of money that but at least in our minds, that says he's running Sahara Reporters. He's supposed to have.
But Pansat, do you remember that they froze his account? He can't.
Yes.
He said even the account he has
Yes.
to beg them to allow him to operate that account.
Right.
It was one of these new banks that just came up in Nigeria?
Yes, I saw that too.
Is it Kuda Bank? Yeah, Kuda
Right.
Bank.
I saw that there.
When a country, a state prevents you from owning an account,
all right, sorry, I must round off, but
and then
finish that sentence, then I'll round off. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I must round off. To London, John Lekoko, of course. But I'll kick it off with Saki Father. Saki, that time of the day, I'm losing my voice.
Yeah, Woman, it's already night for you. You have tried for today. It has been a very wonderful conversation. Thank you, Ajale Kuku, for your ever intelligible presentations. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Pansat. Thank you. Rational Mind, you have the same voice with War Peace. Are you the same person? Yeah, so...
we've never seen them at the same time. This curious, isn't it? Look at that. Yes.
Yes.
We have several times on this platform. I've been here with this guy you mentioned. Yeah, no, I'm not the same person.
Look at this guy.
Okay.
We know your game.
So that's a very wonderful discussion for today. Let's keep on keeping on. It is not yet over. We have to keep speaking about our country because we love our country. We want it to be good. And by His grace, it will be good. I don't want to be pessimistic that by next year we are going to fall apart. I don't want to see a situation where Nigeria falls apart. Nigeria is better off being together. That's my conclusion in this very regard. Thank you once again. You are doing very well.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki Father. So I've always been curious, Saki Father, and you're not obliged to answer, but where are you based? Saki.
You said?
I said I've always been curious, and you are not obliged to answer, but where are you? Where are you based?
Okay, I'm in the United States.
All right, brilliant. Everybody's in America here. So thank you, thank you, Saki Father. Saki Father, one of your favorite voices. So another one. I'm not sure who favors Rational Mind's voice, but I know I favor it. So let's hear it some more. Rational Mind, closing remarks.
Well, thank you, One Man, and I just want to say this to you, One Man. Whatever I said at the beginning when I said something about you being paid, I don't mean to hurt or to malign you or just to say anything like that. I was just making a comment. And if you understood it to mean maybe I'm trying to malign or bring down your platform, no. And I apologize for that. Yeah. So having said that, for me, Nigeria is going down. And I wish that country goes down. No, that's it. I mean, no apology for that because I've seen it. I've seen it from the top to the bottom, as Buhari would say. I've looked at it in all ramifications. I've looked at it in all ways. I've looked at it. I mean, I just seen that it's not going to work. It's a marriage that would never work, a union that would never work. It would never work. So why deceive ourselves? Why leave an illusion? Why leave a mirage? Why leave something that is a lie? It's a lie. It will never work because the forces that are acting in that country would not make it work. The forces from the different regions, especially from the northern versus the south, it will not work. So why do we have to continue this madness? Just break it up and let everybody go their separate ways. But I know it's something that is, some people will say is far-fetched, but I know it's possible. But I hope to see it someday happen. And I think already we have started the process already with what is going on in that country. I know it will culminate into a disintegration of that country. And I hope it happens. That's all I have to say, man. Have a good night and good afternoon and good.
All right, brilliant to approve. So, brilliant to approve. So, thank you, Rational Mind. And there was no need to apologize, by the way. I didn't feel slighted in any way, but something like that, it will tend to restrict me, because if I have it at the back of my mind that I don't want people to think that of me, then it might limit the way I express myself. And, I don't limit people, and obviously, I don't want to be limited either. So, let's go on from Rational Mind to Pansat. Pansat, your closing words.
Thank you very much. Let me take part of my time to close this nice debate we've had here today by asking Ajanle a question. Ajanle, if we have to take this to the logical conclusion, let's just say we dig in to find out who's been giving Showore the monies that he claimed that his friends were supporting him. And we find out as number one is that this is just allegedly El Rufai and Sanusi Lamido was giving him money, right? No, hold on. My question, remember, my time is running. One man, I don't want to cut me off when I start making my main points. If you find that out, would you be disappointed?
Please, Pansat, please don't open a debate, because it's just a mini monologue. It's the
All right, then I'll just make that a rhetorical question. Anyway, it's been a great conversation. We have to look forward. We have to have some kind of hope that Nigeria makes the right choice. Just for Nigerians, the ones in Nigeria, we shouldn't be distracted. From the way it looks, those who say, oh, the next president is going to be either Tinubu of APC or Atiku of PDP, well, they just don't get it. That's what you think. That's what you hope might happen, but it's fluid. If we recall, in 2015, Jonathan was a sitting president with all kinds of the old guard of the PDP surrounding him. Yet, the genius of Tinubu came across, and they were able to wrestle that power from him in front of everybody's eyes. He lost, and the new contraption they called APC emerged and took power from him. Now, even Buhari said he didn't believe that he was going to win that election. So we'll bring it to this one now. When they ran this primary, Tinubu himself said he didn't think he was going to win, because APC, of which he was the Führer, he was the Führer in that APC, the kingpin. But the Buhari administration and his cabal didn't want him. They already had the Senate president ready to take over. But Tinubu had to fight hard, but he was rescued by the Northern Governors Forum. So make no mistake about it. If that's the only reason why you're not supporting Obi, rethink that, because he can win. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So that was Pansat. So thank you, Pansat. So from Pansat, we go on to Thomas. Thomas, closing remarks.
Thank you, one man. Even though I don't have much time to speak today, but it's fine. Sometimes it's good to listen. I just want to hack this from our obedience people. Just a little bit assignment. If they can give us the answer tomorrow, I'll be better. Peter Obi said consumption to production. I just want to know how many factories, as he said, in the country that is producing and exporting to the other country. That is just an assignment. We want to know more about it. Thank you, one man. May God bless you. May God bless Nigeria as a whole. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Thomas. And finally, the master of the universe, the daddy of them all, the king of boys, Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, one man. And I want to thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution was quite meaningful. I hope that you will all come back tomorrow and, you know, uh, do it again because your contribution was very informative, educative, you know, it's just the best. Let me just leave it at the best. So to answer what you are asking for, the question you are asking for, or the let me just let you know that Showore is not a friend to any politician. So you can never, never hear or see anytime that he is collecting money from those people you mentioned. So that can never happen. If he is a person that love money than the interest of the people, he will have taken money during Jonathan's time. He would have joined the Jonathan government because they offered him position, but he said no because he would rather use his platform to expose the corrupt practices that were being perpetrated by Jonathan administration then. So he's a contented man. He's blessed. He's happy with little that he have, but he have passion for fighting for your right, for my right, and for the right of all Nigerians, irrespective of your tribe, your religion, and your, whoever you are. So that is your for you. So other than that, let me thank all our brothers and sisters at the commentary section for being with us from the beginning of this session to this time. From our brother Alessandra Gomez, German, brother Steve Woman went to Mo, Kashi, the secretary, to Jafar, to Aizon, to Oga, the master, Ortiz, our military man, and to everybody in the commentary section. So I thank you all. Come back tomorrow. You are the strength of the platform. Come and do it again. And to our listeners around the world, please, if you haven't clicked on the like button, please do that right now to help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. The best of the best and the greatest thanks we go to one man, the man that brings us here every day to come together and express, our thoughts on every issue as we have seen it happening in our country. So I'll give it to one man. Thank you, one man, and I hope tomorrow you will bring us another news from that country. And I want to promise you, by God's grace, we shall join you to trash it out and continue the struggle from there. So thank you, one man. See you tomorrow, the Eagle. Have a good evening.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. Always well put by Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko, and thank you one and all, Pansat, Nordicoin, Thomas, and everybody else in between. So it's been another one of those sessions. It's ebbed and flowed, but it's landed at this spot. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, the usual protocol. So to push the platform up the YouTube algorithm so that people won't be coming here to talk SHIT like some elements do. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation up with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.